Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the West Grey Council meeting of October 4, 2022. I'm calling our meeting to order under item number 1. We have all members of council present. Councillor Hutchinson is joining virtually. The balance of council is here in council chambers. Communications Coordinator Ferguson, could you please explain the features of this meeting?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected, you can dial in at 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 891-5626-2480. It should be noted for members of the public that this meeting is being hosted on Zoom meeting software, but is also being live streamed on YouTube. Public participation and comments are not monitored on YouTube and must be done through the Zoom meeting software. Both members of staff and council have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software. Members of council and staff will be raising their hands physically on camera to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the duration of the meeting, please send a chat message to myself, Sheila Ferguson, Communications Coordinator, and I will attempt to assist you.
Thank you very much. And before we leave call of order, I just want to mention that we do have quorum for this meeting. Item number 2, members of council, moment of reflection. If you would be so kind as to take a quiet pause. Thank you. Item 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. At this time, members of council, is there anything to declare? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'll declare on item 7.1.1 Durham Art Gallery financial support request, as I am a paying member of the gallery. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I'd like to declare a conflict on item 7.3.1, which is under unfinished business, Re Anderson. I did declare it last meeting, but we never got to it. So I'm just wondering whether I need to fill in another form, or are we okay with the one that I gave to the CAO?
So Madam CAO is saying a new form, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thank you and good morning, Your Worship. I'm going to declare a conflict on item 4.1, the presentation by the Durham Girls Alumni Band, which I'm very much looking forward to, which I would be very much looking forward to, but that it does cite some possible arrangements with the Durham Sauntering Band, which I'm a member of, so I'll refrain from participating in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other member of council? All right, and I do want to say, as I did at our last meeting, with regard to the item 7.1.1, I will not be declaring a conflict of interest. My husband and I are members of the Durham Art Gallery, but I will not be declaring a conflict of interest on the advice of the Integrity Commissioner, as it does not meet the criteria stipulated within the Code of Conduct. So that's for clarity purposes only. Okay, we are on item number 4, and this is delegations presentations. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, each delegation shall be limited to speaking to not more than 10 minutes, and presentations that are requested by council shall have a time limit as determined between the clerk and the presenter. So today we have a delegation, and that is with Marilyn Dickinson and Sharon Pegalo. So welcome this morning, and this is with the Durham Girls Alumni Band instrument purchase request. Now, we have 10 minutes allotted for this. We have a podium right behind for you to speak. And if you could just use the gray or silver button And to speak, the light will go on. We're recognizing Councillor Shea's conflict, and he's pushed his chair away from the table. So good morning. Staff is just assisting with the microphone. Okay, it would appear that we have the microphone working. Thanks to everyone's indulgence for that time delay. Please go ahead. We've been anticipating your presentation or your delegation, so let's just add to the drama. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and councillors. We did send a letter to you and have spelled out most of the details, but we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, because sometimes you can't convey the enthusiasm in a letter as much as we would like to. As we've said, 10 years ago for the homecoming celebration in Durham, some of us decided that we'd like to not only ride on a float in the parade, but march and play. So we had no instruments. Some of us lived a fair piece away. I lived in Toronto at the time, and others commuted a fair distance too. But we managed to borrow some instruments from Preston Scout House and from the Toronto Optimists, and we managed to borrow enough for the players that had said they would come out to practice. Our plan was that we'd learn 3 pieces of music, pieces that we used to play several years before. In fact, the youngest in our group had not played for 35 years. The oldest, it was over 50 years since she had played. Anyway, we started our practices in April that year. And by the time of the parade, we had learned a dozen pieces because we practiced every week. And once we learned one piece well enough, and the color guard was learning their routines to go with it, we had to have something else to play. So we kept working on that. So by the time of the parade, not only had we bugle or trumpet players, flugelhorn, baritone players, but we also had and drummers. We had several snare drummers and bass drummers, but we also had a colored party that marched with us. So for the parade, we had 30 people in the parade. Our plan had been, with the 3 pieces, we'd be further enough along in the parade route that we could repeat the pieces, but we had learned some extras, as I mentioned, and we got 12 more invitations that year. Some of our players had intended to just play for the parade and quit, but not many of them did. And we managed to continue to borrow the instruments. We were starting to get invitations for the next year. So we came to the council, the West Grey Council, and applied for a Trillium grant with your support, which we really appreciated, because with that money, we were able to buy our own instruments and buy material for some of the sewers in our group to make some instruments. So we continued our weekly practices and accepted invitations for the next year. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Sharon.
Okay, just some clarification. The seamstresses did not make instruments. We made capes, we modified hats. And the cape modification was still ongoing, as we found some of the original design didn't work for some of the sections. Excuse me, I'll just take this off. I am clear, but I'm coughing. I think Marilyn mentioned fundraisings. We produced a wonderful cookbook, which I do have some still available for sale if anyone would like. We did calendars, a couple of variation of calendars. We had spaghetti dinners, which were very well attended by the public, which I think indicates how much the town has supported Durham Girls forever, and that was so much appreciated. As Marilyn mentioned, after 2012, we got invitations for several more parades, including usually 15 to 20 per year. And in 2016-17, we did 24. Which is a big commitment for more mature people with families, as well as the students with exams and trying to maintain their course loads. About 2017, some of our younger people were heading off to school, and by that point, we did have students, teenagers and younger. They learn to march. It's not just a case of putting one foot ahead of the other. They learned how to represent Durham and West Grey with respect and dignity. However, by 2017, some of those kids had gone off to university or gone to jobs away from town. And we invited a few gentlemen to join us, which really kept us going for a little while. Unfortunately, Father Time was against us. Some of our members were getting very, I'd like to say mature. Some of us not so mature, but older. And that kind of prevented us from doing the parades, doing the practices. Family and other commitments cut into our time. So we were starting to struggle about that time. And then 2020 came with COVID. You can't keep a band running. You can't keep anything volunteer running with a 2 or 2.5 year hiatus. And that was kind of the end of us. We did get a few together for the 2022 homecoming, including some of the original members from the late 40s and 50s who rode in the float with us. And we're just so excited to be there. However, and we can't get the bodies, we can't get the commitment. Unfortunately, 2022 was the end of us. And with that, I'll turn it over to Marilyn again.
That's because she's mentioned the aging ones. I, in fact, have played the flugelhorn for 2 burials since that first time. One of them for one of our longtime members who was in the band before me, and 3 of our people who marched with us in 2012 have since passed away. And others are not so well. Not only were some of the people not so well, with the instruments in storage, particularly the brass instruments, they don't just sit there and wait for the next player to come along. They also, the valves seize up, the slides don't work so well. And in fact, the day of our homecoming parade this year, the day before for the baritone, we found this not until the day before the parade because we had another instrument borrowed, but we found that it was in poor shape. And the Walkerton music store owner was willing to take it in the day before the parade, and we could pick it up the morning of, and he would have it working, which he did for a very low cost. He really helped us out. But and even in preparing for that parade, some of the instruments that had been in storage here since before COVID were not in good shape. And I spent a fair bit of time lubricating and playing different ones to just make sure they would last through the parade. Once we got them lubricated, though, they lasted fairly well. At the parade, there were a few of us that were so sorry to hear that this was the end, that we thought we'd like to buy some of the instruments. And so our proposal for you is to be willing to sell them, because the instruments do belong to West Gray. That was part of the arrangement with the Trillium grant. And I took it upon myself to try and get an appraisal for the instruments. And we purchased the instruments from Long and McQuaid in 2013. So I started with them. And the way they usually operate is they send the instruments into their main office and they give them a look over, and then we'll send the instruments back with the value. But there is one store in Mississauga where they have a band department. So I took a sample of a trumpet, a flugelhorn, and a baritone. And they are willing to buy instruments back And they are also, so they told me the price they would pay for the instruments that I had taken them, and then what they would charge if they were selling them. Because I thought we'd really like to buy some of these instruments from you. And, but we wanted to know what they were worth, and we wanted a price range. So I figured if you might consider what they would pay for them, and then also consider what they would sell them for, that might give us a price range. Now, I only did this for the brass instruments because at that time, the people who were interested were the brass players. In the meantime, I did contact the Sauntering Band to find out if they had any interest in any of the instruments. The response I got was they thought they had enough trumpets and maybe enough saxophone players, Councillor Shea, but they thought they might be interested in some of the drums. So that's basically what we're asking of you, and we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if I will entertain, obviously, questions from members of council, but I want to thank you, both of you, for your dedication to maybe the history and the entertainment of West Grey, and also extending that to other communities musically. I think that's absolutely wonderful. And to revive the band from the days of high school, and just sharing that history with everyone. I'm wondering if council would think about a staff report back. I know that perhaps our CAO and staff would need to just look into this matter and bring it back to us for consideration. So that's food for thought at this time. Are there any questions on clarity on the presentation? Councillor Hamilton, please.
Just want to say thank you for coming today and for sharing the history of the band. And it's with regret that I hear that the band is disbanding at this time. It's not to say there won't be another band down the road, right? Who knows? But thanks for clarifying that. And I agree with Mayor Robinson, asking our staff to come back with more information about what to do with these instruments, and is there an opportunity to sell them? And as you've suggested, perhaps the band members might want to purchase. Perhaps what do we do with the profits? Is there an opportunity to donate the instruments? Like, these are really good questions, right? And I don't understand all the requirements of the Trillium Grant and our responsibility and our role. So I think it makes sense to have give opportunity to staff to let us know the history from the corporate side of things. So I do appreciate where you're coming from and hear what you're asking for. So thanks for providing all that background today. Thank you.
Could I just comment that at the last meeting I attended, I recall that the council was trying to find some more money in this year's budget for a totally different project. Here's your opportunity.
You're following along on our agendas and meetings. I think that's fabulous. I do see that Councillor Hutchinson has his hand up. Councillor, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to Marilyn and Sharon for your presentation and all your work on the band over the years. I would be in favor of selling off the instruments, because obviously sitting in storage just doesn't do them any good. So I think that's a great idea. Be interested to know how many band members are interested in purchasing. But I guess as we do the staff report, one of the things I'd be interested in is what's the inventory? How many do we have of each instrument? And then we look at whatnot. And I would suggest that maybe any funds that's raised goes into a reserve for future culture, music events that we could tap into at a later date. So that's my thoughts on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other Councillor Townsend?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to CAO Johnson. I'm just wondering, have you done anything since receiving the correspondence that would sort of circumvent having to go through a staff report and have to come back, or could we deal with it today? Thank you.
There we go, through you, Mayor Robinson. And good morning, Council. No, Councillor Townsend, I haven't done anything since the correspondence was attached to the agenda. Happy to look into it and work with the ladies to see what options there would be. As they had mentioned, they are the property of the municipality. So if we're able to sell them under the parameters of the grant, we would just need council to declare surplus, and then we can work with interested purchasers.
Okay, anything further?
I would like to just respond to Councillor Hutchinson's question about how much interest there is among the band members. At this point, we have 6 people that are interested in purchasing some of the brass instruments, 3 trumpets and 3 flugelhorns. As far as the inventory goes, we have 7 trumpets, 3 flugelhorns, so that would deal with all of them. And the baritone, which I'll just comment on the price I got for it, because the price that Long and McQuaid would charge for it is higher than what we paid for it, unlike the other instruments. And it's because it's so rare.
And I think this is really important to have the dialogue with staff and the Durham Girls Alumni Band for this much more discussion. And we want to do it right, of course. Madam CAO, will we need a motion for this? Okay, that I'm getting affirmative. Is there, well, I leave it in council's hands. Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I would move that staff report back to council with options for the disposal of the musical instruments.
Pardon me. We will thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We'll get your motion read back, and then I'll seek a seconder.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Hamilton, would you like anything in your motion to identify that in accordance with the Durham Girls Alumni Band request, just for the clarity?
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, because that loops it all together. Thank you. And if I may, Mayor Robinson, I don't know if you'd want this in the motion, but also as Councillor Hutchison mentioned, if we do generate revenue from this, would staff also advise on options for that revenue? Or perhaps that's getting too detailed though, CAO Johnston. So thank you.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I have no concern about direction on what to do with the proceeds. I think that might be helpful.
So could I also add options, because I think there might be more than one option to how to direct the proceeds. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Robinson. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, that staff be directed to report back to council with options for the disposal of the musical instruments in relation to the Durham Girls Alumni Band request to purchase, and further, that staff report back on options on how to direct the proceeds.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, with that, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hutchinson, questions on the motion? Councillor Hergert.
Question on the motion. When will the staff report come back? And I only ask that because the instruments have maybe already been sitting for a few months, and the delay would just maybe deteriorate the items. So is this something maybe by the end of the year, or?
Please proceed, Madam
Thank
CEO.
you. Thank you, Councillor Herger, for the question. We have one council meeting left in this term, which is November 1st. Might be a little bit tight. The next council meeting is December 20th. So I'm thinking December is achievable. However, that we can work with the ladies to make sure that the instruments are being maintained, not just, stored away, and anything that needs to happen, we'll take care of them in the meantime.
Thank you. Anything further?
Are there any other items other than the instruments that should be dealt with as well?
Yes, there are. And we do have a pretty accurate inventory of the instruments. I think Marilyn mentioned most of that. We also have 39 of the white winter capes with various modifications, various sizes, and 3 winter coats. Again, they can maybe be passed on somehow to an organization. The capes are not crested, so that would.
Pardon me, I'm just concerned because we are in a motion, so we
Okay.
understand that there's additional inventory that could be addressed.
Okay.
So, however, that Madam CAO, could that be through Councillor Hamilton, that if that could be addressed through the motion? And I just look to Councillor Hamilton as the mover, if that is what you wish.
That's a good point, Mayor Robinson and Councillor Hergert. Perhaps we replace the word instruments with assets or inventory, if that helps. Thank you for clarity. Thanks.
And Councillor Hutchinson as the seconder. Are you fine with that? Okay, very good. Any other questions before I call the vote? I am going to call the vote. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried, recognizing Councillor Shea had a conflict of interest and did not vote. I just want to thank you both for coming in. We really enjoyed the history and the pathway forward. So we look forward to the report coming forward. And I know staff will connect with you prior to the item going on the agenda so that you'll have that understanding of what the staff report will be. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. We are now on to item number 5, which is public meetings. That is an NA for this particular agenda. Item 6, comment period. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, comments may be made to council with respect to a specific agenda item. A maximum of 2 minutes per person is allotted for comments, with a maximum of 10 minutes in total for the comment period. Communications Coordinator Ferguson, could you please assist in this item?
Through you, Mayor Robinson. For members of the public waiting to participate in this portion of the meeting, you may do so in one of 2 ways. The first being, if you have joined us via phone line, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and that will let us know that you would like to speak. After speaking, or if you raise your hand in error, you can press *9 again to lower your hand. If you have joined us using the Zoom meeting software, you can either send a chat message to myself, Sheila Ferguson, Communications Coordinator, either stating that you would like to speak or that you would like your message read on your behalf for the record. You can also raise your hand, usually located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen with a blue or yellow hand icon. And at this time, Mayor Robinson, I'm not seeing any members of the public wishing to speak.
Thank you. And could you please identify if anything was submitted in writing?
At this time, nothing has been submitted in writing from the public.
Thank you. All right, then. Item 7, unfinished business. Item 7.1, items requiring action. 7.1.1, Durham Art Gallery financial support request. Councillor Hamilton has declared a conflict of interest on this item and is leaving the meeting. All right, members of council, this is on page 6 of your agenda. How do you wish to deal with this matter? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Even though it's late in the year and we allocated funds throughout and earlier in part of the budget even, I would still like to move that we do accept the request and pay the $1,000 to the art gallery. And if the dollars are not available through the regular accounts, that it comes from reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. We will just wait for the motion to be read back. I'll ensure that you are liking the wording, and I'll seek a seconder.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, Councillor Townsend, we can still allocate this to the grants to organization, even though that line would be in a deficit. That would be the appropriate place to capture it in our accounting world. If that's okay, or we can.
Yeah, that would be great. And that way we have that going
Yeah.
forward, right? That we understand how much we spent this year. That's great.
Okay, good.
Thank
Thank you. Excellent. So here we go then through your Mayor Robinson. Moved by Councillor Townsend that council supports the request from the Durham Art Gallery for funding in the amount of $1,000.
Councillor, you're fine with the wording?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Any questions on the motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes. So I don't really have a problem with the motion, but I do know that we're in this kettle of fish that we talked about previous on council, where we keep getting requests for money and we overspend our budget and so on. So we talked about setting up a procedure for this to happen, and we didn't get finished. So I would hope that maybe going forward to the next council that they somehow reach out, maybe a letter to all these different organizations to say, this is the procedure that you need to go through in order to get funds for the next year. And that way we're not, cutting into going over our budget and going into reserves and so on. So I think we need to straighten this up, get it organized, and decide how we're going to prioritize or how we're going to handle requests in the future, because it's still the same old thing where it comes in from different organizations last minute. We have no idea how much we're going to spend. We're over budget. So we're in the same boat that we were in previous. I do think that we need to get this straightened up and have some kind of procedure. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I see it so noted. So we've noted through our CAO for that. Is there any other comment? All those in favor of anybody need the motion read again? All those in favor of the motion indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. We are on 7.1.2, Special Olympics Ontario South Saugeen request. How do you wish to deal with this, members of council? Councillor Hergert.
I would like a motion to receive this item.
Madam CAO, could you read back the motion, confirm it, and I'll seek a seconder.
Through Mayor Robinson, so Councillor Hergert, the motion would be that council hereby receives this item.
We have an indication of the language is fine. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton? Questions on the motion? Councillor Hutchinson, you still have your electronic hand up. I'll just ask, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Let's go ahead.
So I'm not sure by deferring it whether we're really solving this issue or whether we're just pushing it under the carpet. I have some questions about this that I thought we were going to find out more information on this. First of all, I'd like the staff maybe to check with the arena manager. These mats that they're talking about take up 1,500 square feet of space. That's a lot of space that we're going to store mats for a course of a year. The other thing I'd like to know is why is Brockton given up this hosting this group? And the thing, if they're looking for free rentals, if we give them free rentals, then we set a precedent. We haven't done that in the past. We haven't given free rentals to any of our facilities. We've done donations to the group. So I think there's a lot of questions here. Yes, we can defer it, but then that isn't helping the group solve the issue of having some ice time. So I think we need.
Point of order. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I was just going to then finish the dialogue and then I was going to get into that. So anything further, Councillor?
No, I just need to look into it. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion to receive is just to receive the correspondence. With that, no further action will be done. That will be that there's no storage of the mats and that there would be no waiving of the rental fee. And Madam CAO, is there anything else within the request? And procedurally, is that the correct interpretation?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, the motion, if this motion passes, we've received the correspondence and that's all the action that's going to be taken.
Okay, so I just wanted to provide you the opportunity to speak because you have that opportunity within the procedural bylaw, but just for clarity purposes, it is just to receive the correspondence.
Okay. I thought Councilor said defer, but maybe it was received, was it?
Okay, fair enough. Is there any other questions, members of council? All right, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Thank you. We are now moving on to 7.1.3, Owen Sound Police Services Proposal Follow-up. Council members, you have a choice here. This item can be just addressed to the next item, which is the staff report. So it can be combined there if you wish, or you can do something with this item, and then we can move on to the staff report. So at your pleasure, how do you wish to deal with 7.1.3 Owen Sound Police Services Proposal Follow-up Correspondence? Councillor Townsend.
Now, I would like to see them dealt together because there's reference in both, so it would be simpler just to deal as one.
Thank you.
If you need a
Members of
motion for that,
council?
that's fine.
No, I don't believe we need a motion. We can just put the two together. It will be noted in the minutes, of course. I'm not seeing any other member of council looking to the contrary. So with that, we will just move that over and be recorded in the minutes. Are you fine with that, Madam CIO? Very good. So now, members of council, we are on 7.2. Oh, no, we are on, yes, 7.2. Chief Administrative Officer, 7.2.1, Owen Sound Policing Costing Correspondence. So at this point, Madam CAO, to the motion or the recommendation at hand.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that report CAO-Owen Sound Police Costing Correspondence be received, and further that staff be directed to proceed with the proposal received to date.
At this point, through our format, we'll look for mover and seconder, look for questions of members of council, and then a vote at the appropriate time. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Is there a seconder for this motion? Oh, okay, Councillor Shea. Madam CAO, do you have an update with regard to this item?
Through Mayor Robinson, council, you'll recall that this was on our previous council agenda, so nothing has changed since then. There hasn't been any further dialogue between West Grey or Owen Sound. The OPP proposal has been submitted to MNP consultants, and they're starting their work with that and just waiting for the results of this conversation.
Thank you. And members of council, please remember that we're also dealing with 7.1.3, the correspondence here. All right, Councillor Hamilton, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Is there an opportunity then for us to, we've received a letter from Owen Sound. Will we be responding? We should send a letter back to Owen Sound. Perhaps it's the content of our CEO's report. I don't know if that'd be appropriate, but some sort of response back to the letter. So just looking for some feedback on that from either our mayor or our CEO, please.
Thank you for the question, and very timely in terms of the question. And I will ask Madam CAO to respond.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I think that's appropriate, Councillor Hamilton. If we go to 7.1.3, that would be an opportunity for council to direct staff to provide a reply to the correspondence and attach the staff report.
Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
So Mayor Rob, yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So with that advice, thank you. 7.1.3, can I still address that item, or should I add an additional sentence to the current recommendation that was read aloud? Procedurally, how would you like me to add that sentence that we reply to the correspondence?
I think it could be an addendum, or if we're able to include it within the mover and seconder if they'd be so inclined to do that. First to Madam CAO with the options, and then I'll go to the mover and seconder for that.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. So we have a motion on the floor. That motion could be amended to have an additional clause to say, and further that council directs staff to reply to Owen Sound Police Services and attach a copy of the CAO staff report.
Thank you. So with that, I would go to the mover, Councillor Herger, who's indicated yes, and Councillor Shea is the seconder, who's also indicated yes. All right, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Further questions or comments? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's 2 points I'd like to make. The first one is on March 15th, when the presentation was made by Windsor Police Services, they did ask for direction from council about service they wanted. And I don't think we ever responded to that because we then turned it over to the RFP. During the creation of the RFP, I remember talking about the fact that the process seemed to be favoring the OPP process rather than the Owen Sound. So I was concerned that they wouldn't be able to address it in the same manner, and that actually has come to fruition. So I think we are where we are, and so having to move forward is probably the only option we have unless we're going to go back to a totally new process, and I really don't think that's where we want to go. So I just wanted to point out that they've been asked again. Those questions have been asked again, and I think it's fair to say the questions are valid. And that was the gap in the process that I was concerned would happen and actually did, but that's fine.
Madam CEO, do you have a response?
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, Councillor Townsend, we did follow the OPP timelines and the information that they required to do a costing. The reason we went with an RFP system was so that any other police service could give us a counter proposal. They didn't have to do what OPP is doing. There could have been other models or options. So while we might have followed their timeline, it was pretty open for Owen Sound or any other service to send us a proposal of something entirely different.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? Madam CEO, I'm asking for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, so to the motion. Shall I read it one more time? Or? Okay, thank you. The motion is that report CAO-Owen Sound police costing correspondence be received, and further that staff be directed to proceed with the proposal received to date, and further that council direct staff to reply to the Owen Sound Police Service and attach the CAO staff report. And a recorded vote has been requested. So it was moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Shea. Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
In favor.
And Councillor Hutchinson?
In favor.
That motion is carried.
Thank you. Okay, we are now on 7.3 bylaws. 7.3.1, bylaw 78-2022. No demand for municipal services site plan agreement, Anderson. Councillor Hutchinson declared a conflict of interest on this one, so we wanted that noted. And Madam CAO, to the recommendation, please.
The recommendation is that bylaw 78-2022, being a bylaw to authorize entering into a no demand for municipal services site plan agreement, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Questions on the motion? Councillor Hamilton.
Mayor Robinson, I just have one question regarding altering the property or right away. So the landowner, I expect, will have to remove trees. Maybe they have to mow down bushes and grass. Maybe they're bringing gravel in. What's the arrangement between that? That's our property that we're providing right away through, but how do we navigate those alterations to our municipal property? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, Mr. Glazier, is online and can respond. Alternately, Madam CAO. Okay, so Madam CEO, then perhaps our planner, Planner Spencer, is she online? Good morning, Planner Spencer. If you're able to respond to the question, please do.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, just to give a refresh to council, this matter has been before in two alternative forms. The first being it was a request to purchase the municipal right-of-way, which was discouraged by staff as a result of alterations that would be required to remove a hydrant and a hydro pole. Alternatively, this came back to council in August and again on September 6th. Comments have been provided from the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority relative to the changes and alterations that would be required from the site. In addition, there has been a holding provision that's been placed on the site with respect to the inability for only those studies required for the environmental impact study to occur, but no site alterations relative to the construction of that property would be permitted to occur until that favorable environmental impact study is provided. Alterations will need to occur within the road allowance, which is not uncommon. And those alterations are governed by many things with respect to the permission to be able to utilize those allowances, which I suspect will be closely dealt with by the Public Works Department. In addition, there is the requirement for the County of Grey forestation bylaw to be met. So any tree removal would be required to maintain the intent and purpose of that bylaw with permission from the County of Grey relative to that. I am happy to provide further clarification as required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hamilton, anything further?
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. That helps. I'm just wondering, like, is it the landowner who alters the land, or is it what? Well, we're the landowner. So to create that driveway, what's the arrangement or the agreement between West Grey and the property owner? Is it West Grey removing the trees? Is it West Grey? That's the piece that I'm just a little fuzzy on. And does that need to be spelled out in the agreement that we're entering into? Thank you.
Planner Spencer, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. At this point in time, ultimately, it is for review of just access to the site to gain those servicing components in terms of the environmental impact study and those study components, not servicing. I apologize for that. There's also within the bylaw for a non-service agreement, there is the bylaw to establish site plan control, and that will have some caveats with respect to what permissions there are. We do have the ability as a municipality through council to provide permissions to this individual for access purposes. The ultimate alterations that are anticipated for the site will not be conducted until that environmental impact study is completed. However, this does give them legal access to the property in order for those study components to be completed at this time. It is not anticipated that a driveway would be constructed for this purpose beyond access only, which would be in consultation with the Public Works Department and with their permissions and inspection. Ultimately would not be constructed at the taxpayer's cost. It would be at the cost of this particular landowner, as it is solely for their purpose only. Happy to clarify further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything further? Members of council? Okay, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. And I do want to note that Councillor Hutchinson did not vote. He declared a conflict of interest, in fact, was off the screen when we were discussing the matter. Wonder if Councillor Hutchinson could rejoin us. All right, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. You're back. We are now moving on to 7.3.2, bylaw 79-2022. Confirming the proceedings of council. Madam CAO, to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that bylaw 79-2022, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. We are now on to item 8, adoption of minutes. I'm going to normally just read off the item number and the title. And then if there's any questions, please raise your hand. And then we have the recommendation here at the end. But Madam CIO, on 8.1, August 8, 2022, public meeting minutes, could you please identify what you need council and the public to know?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. With apologies, council, the minutes that are attached to this agenda are not the edited version. There was a number of amendments that needed to be made. We have those minutes completed, but they didn't get attached to this agenda. So we will need to defer this to the November 1st meeting and bring back the corrected minutes.
Thank you. And would you like that motion now?
Certainly, if someone could move that.
All right, if we could have a motion to that effect. I see Councillor Shay's hand up. Are you moving a motion?
I'll move that. Yes.
Madam CIO, could you read back the motion and I'll seek a second?
Yes, thank you. Moved by Councillor Shay that the August 8th, 2022 public meeting minutes be deferred to the November 1st council meeting.
Are you fine with the language, Councillor? Great. Councillor Townsend is seconding it. Questions on the motion? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. That motion is carried. For the balance of the adoption of minutes, 8.2, September 6, 2022 council meeting. 8.3, September 15, 2022 special council meeting minutes. 8.4, September 19, 2022 public meeting minutes. 8.5, September 20th, 2022 council meeting minutes. Madam CAO, to the recommendation. Oh, Councillor Hutchinson, was your hand up?
Yes, sorry, I was flipping through the minutes and you were fairly fast. So if I can go back to the minutes of September 6th, item number 6, comment period. I was just curious, and I maybe read this wrong, but I'm not sure if we have any record of it. When it talks about Marion Radcliffe had made some comments about the Ukrainian Friends in West Grey, there's also said that she was in favor of rescinding the trailer bylaw. And I don't believe that was correct. I believe that she had some concerns with the trailer bylaw and that she was in favor of people paying the money to help support public services, roads, etc. So when I read that, I thought, I didn't think that was correct. So I'm not sure if there's any way we can check that, I guess, other than maybe talking to Ms. Radcliffe, but I just thought that that may not be correct.
Madam CAO?
To you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Hutchinson, we can review the recording of that meeting. It's on YouTube, so we can go back and have a second listen if council would like to hold this set of minutes. Let me see, September 6th. Yeah. If you'd like us to defer these to November 1st as well, so we have some time to check that statement by Ms. Radcliffe.
Okay, so Councillor Hutchinson, we can defer these minutes to our next meeting, which is November 1st, and that will allow staff to review the recording for clarity. Okay, so on this motion, Madam CAO, it's included in here. What is your procedural suggestion?
So if we want to pull the September 6th minutes, we can pass another motion similar to the one we just did for August 8th, that these minutes be deferred to the November 1st council meeting.
So we'll deal with the motion at hand, perhaps with eliminating the September 6th minutes. And Councillor Shay, as the mover, would you be fine with that? Okay, that we'll deal with the September 6th separately. All right, and the seconder was Councillor Townsend. Are you fine with that as well? Okay, so Madam CAO, could you read the motion at hand? I'll call the vote, and then I'll seek a second motion dealing with September 6th motion minutes afterwards. I hope that was clear. Oh, okay, we're going to deal with the deferral first. We have a motion on the floor that was accepting all the minutes. And then we'll just pull the September 6th out of it. And we'll have the motion voted on, and then we'll deal with the 6 minutes afterwards. And that's why I said,
Sorry.
I hope it's clear.
Yeah.
So it's good that I asked that question and that. So wonder if we could deal with that motion first, and then we'll deal with the balance.
So the recommendation that's with these minutes would then be that the minutes of the September 15th, 2022 special council meeting, September 19th, 2022 public meeting, and September 20th, 22 regular council meeting are hereby approved as circulated.
Double checking, Councillor Shane, Councillor Townsend. Fine. Any question on the motion then? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. That motion is carried. All right. And then perhaps we're looking for a motion to deal with the deferral of the September 6th. Correct. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Hergert. And I'll go for a seconder, Councillor Hamilton. And with that, Madam CAO, could you read the motion for the deferral?
So moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that the minutes of the September 6th, 2022 regular council meeting be deferred to the November 1st council meeting.
Councillor Hergert, you're fine with the language, and Councillor Hamilton. Questions? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Okay. We're now on to item number 9, committee and board reports. 9.1, New Stat Recreation Committee, June 7th, 2022 minutes. 9.2, Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, July 21st, 2022 minutes. 9.3, West Grey Police Services Board, July 25th, 2022 minutes. 9.4, West Grey Police Services Board, July 29th, 2022 minutes. 9.5, West Grey Police Services Board, August 8, 2022 minutes. 9.6, New Stat Recreation Committee, September 13th, 2022 minutes. Madam CAO, to the recommendation at hand.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Would there be a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson, questions on the motion? Councillor Hergert.
I only have one item that was on page 87 from August 8th of the West Grey Police Services Board related to discussion around a email was received regarding a post on the West Grey Police website with a reference to thin blue line. The tweet did not contain the thin blue line image. The chief advised that this was a memorial post for a fallen Black officer in Detroit and was a tweet of support. The tweet has since been removed to avoid further issues. I spoke with Mayor Robinson at length in an email this week, earlier before the Police Services Board meeting, inquiring about the use of the thin blue line and whether or not there was a policy related to the use of either tweets or Facebook or any social media platform. And I was advised that the matter had been dealt with. I'm seeking to understand how it's been dealt with, because since these meeting minutes of August 8th, it has been shared on Facebook on September 12th, another thin blue line image. And so I'm curious, just, is there a policy? How is it being dealt with? I'm looking to understand that.
So just for clarity, we did not have a at-length conversation. It was an email. I just want to make that clear. The email was referred to our police chief, and a response was addressed in terms of how the matter was addressed. And that is the understanding that the correspondence was, it was not the thin blue line. So that the issue is dealt with at the operations level. Thank you. Okay, is there any further questions? Then Madam CAO, could you please read the motion at hand?
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to correspondence. And this is item 10.1, items requiring action. 10.1.1, West Grey Public Library, request for recognition of Ontario Library Week. How do you wish to deal with this, council members? Councillor Hergert.
I would like to move a motion that this council supports Ontario Library Week. And the dates are set out there.
Thank you. Madam CAO, could you please read that back at your convenience, and I'll seek a seconder.
Yes, through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hergert. The council hereby supports Ontario Library Week, October 16 to 22, 2022.
Councillor Hergert, you're fine with the language. Councillor Townsend, are you seconding? Okay, any questions on the motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, maybe would it be appropriate for the library board members to do a little plug in terms of what is the library doing for Ontario Library Week? Do we have some special activities coming up? Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Robinson. I don't have that information at my fingertips. That would be operational from our CEO, but certainly I can. I'd be happy to reach out to our CEO and circulate that with council by email.
Thank you very much for that. I'll just go with the one representative. Councillor Hergert.
I am not a library representative, so I'll just be clear about that. But I know that during October 18th, that's the start date. I guess I'm unfamiliar with the end date, but there's a costume swap and share and so I'll be participating because my kids are too big for those little costumes anymore. So anyway, that's just one of the fun activities down at the library, and they are very welcoming to everybody in our community. So I appreciate that.
Is there any other questions on the motion? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Folks can always go to the library website because it has all of the items there. So rather than put any onus on the CAO or staff to have to go find it, if you're interested in it, that's where you get it from. And also when you get the what's happening in West Grey distribution, anything that the library is doing is always included in that, and it's normally quite lengthy. So it's a very active group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, one and all. Any further questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. 10.1.2, Township of Southgate, a South Grey Housing Corporation Municipal Working Group, draft terms of reference. How does council wish to deal with this? Councillor Shea.
I move we accept the proposed draft terms of reference and indicate our willingness to participate in the proposed working group.
Thank you. We'll wait for the language to come back to confirm your motion, and they'll seek a second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Shea, that council accepts the proposed draft terms of reference of the South Grey Housing Corporation Municipal Working Group, and further that council advise of West Grey's interest in participating as a partner in this working group.
Yes.
Thank you for turning your mic off. Okay, so is there a seconder for this? Councillor Townsend. Questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a comment. I note that as part of this draft, that one of the first things that the committee will do will be to agree on the final version of their terms of reference. And I only raise that because when I look to who the voting members will be, they are suggesting 2 municipal council reps from each municipality. There's no mention of the public, there being like a public member participating on this committee or this partnership. And I think it would be an interesting discussion. But if we had 1 council rep and 1 member of every community serving on this working group, that's just my opinion. And so, and this is just draft. So perhaps we say we can we receive it and that we're interested in participating, or like this isn't the final, so it's not that we have to approve it. So I'm just going to lay that out there for council to consider that point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? And I just want to double check. We had Councillor Townsend as the seconder on that. Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to Madam CEO. And I hope this is not putting you on the spot, but and if it is, then you can get back to me later. So the question is, I guess, obviously I support affordable, attainable, and all what this stands for. But what is this in conflict with what the county is doing? Because I just want to make sure that, I guess the way when I look at this is I would certainly wouldn't approve if we have this working group and the county reaching out or trying to tap into the same resources, and that would be a conflict because there's only, as we all know, limited funds. So have you had any communications how this would look through the county? And I hope that's a fair question. Thank you.
Yes, yep, through you, Mayor Robinson. That's absolutely a fair question, Deputy Mayor. I have been involved in a couple of conversations with Southgate, particularly, and at a regional CAO meeting, this was an agenda item, so the county is aware that this is a proposed new group to help advance the affordable housing initiative. It would be absolutely, and I noticed that they're asking the municipal member CAOs participate as well. I would be bringing that to the table, that we need to be hand in hand with the county, not going in different directions, and perhaps even leaning on the county for guidance. And Councillor Hamilton, I take your thought to heart as well. So that might be something that I would bring to that table.
Good. Any I'll go for first time speakers. Anything further? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering, talk about putting people in the spot, whether this has come up at county council, whether there's been a discussion. I know they're aware. I know they've participated in discussions. So I don't know if it's been presented to county council yet. Can either Deputy Mayor or Mayor comment on that, please? Thank you.
I'm going to have the Deputy Mayor comment. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And there's been talk about it, but it's certainly not been discussed in detail. So that's what my concern was. I just wanted to make sure we've identified that there is a pathway forward. Thank you.
Anything further?
Yes, please. When the delegation was here, one of the concerns I had was about whether or not there would be value for us to participate. And frankly, I think having membership in that group is an impetus to actually moving forward on affordable housing. And you've got more people involved. There's resources that they can call on that I think would be very helpful. And it'll be helpful from a regional. So actually it'll be using resources in a more effective way. Also, I agree with Councillor Hamilton about receiving. That's a very good point, because we know they're going to be under revision. Other people will have comments, but I do believe it's worth the effort. And I think it's common sense almost that we will work with the county. We're not going to work in contradiction. We're not going to have a conflict. We're not going to steal their thunder, if, because I know they've put dollars aside specifically for that. But how you use that and whether or not it gives more grant opportunities, I don't know yet, but I think it's worth pursuing. If we find out through the process that it isn't working, and that's either individually or as a group of municipalities, then adjustments can be made accordingly. But I would still like to see us go ahead and research it with the group and see if there is a point of getting forward. Thank you.
Anything further, members of council? Okay, yes, of course. Second time speakers now. Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I think I'd put on the table a couple of amendments. The first one might be a friendlier one. So with the mover and seconder, consider replacing the word accept, I think it was, to the word receive instead. Would that be acceptable to the mover and seconder?
Well, let me try, or let me just put it out there. I'll use that language. Councillor Shea and Councillor Townsend. Yes, that so we'll just ensure when Madam CIO reads the motion back that the word has changed from accept to receive.
Okay.
And you have the mic.
And then I'll put a formal amendment on because I'd like to add an additional sentence if I might. So I would like to add an amendment that would be, and that there be consideration for community representation on the task force. Thank you.
We will wait till Madam CAO writes that out, confirm the wording and seek a seconder.
Okay, so through you, Mayor Robinson, Councillor Hamilton, your, so receives has been accepted as a friendly amendment. Your addition would be, and further, that there be consideration given for community representation on the task force.
Yes, so we'll deal with that amendment first. And is there a seconder for that, Councillor Shea? Any questions on the amendment? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. That motion is carried. Madam CAO, could you read the main motion and then I'll call the vote?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The main motion was moved by Councillor Shea, seconded by Councillor Townsend, that council receives the proposed draft terms of reference of the South Gray Housing Corporation Municipal Working Group and advises of West Gray's, sorry, oh my goodness, and advise of West Gray's interest in partnering in this working group.
Questions?
Sorry, and further, that there be consideration for community representation on the task force.
All the questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion carried. Okay, yes. Thank you, motion carried. Yes, Councillor Shea.
So the item does ask for 2 council representatives. I don't know when those would be selected, but I would put my name forward as for consideration.
I think we'll deal with that with the new term of council.
Okay.
Okay. Madam CEO, would that be appropriate?
Yes, I think so, Mayor Robinson. My understanding is that all of the partners are dealing with this at their council meetings currently now, and we wouldn't be meeting until after the election.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are dealing with 10.1.3, and this is Barry and Sharon O'Sullivan, request for a building permit refund. Now, this is asking for council direction. You would have read the correspondence on page 98. How does council wish to deal with this? Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Madam Mayor, first I'd like to ask the CAO if there's a process or a precedent for such an item where someone has got a building permit, found for whatever reason they couldn't complete the work, and so have they come back and received a refund or been declined in the past? Thank you.
Madam CAO. Oh, thank you for the question, Councillor. Our Director of Development and our CBO, Carl Shiprick, is on the line. Good morning. Could you please respond to the inquiry?
Yes, thank you. Good question through you, Madam Mayor. Our building bylaw does have a section in it that covers refunds. So it indicates that after the building permit's been issued, if no inspections have done and no work has started, they are entitled to a 50% refund. But it also indicates that no refund shall be provided under $200. So if the permit fee is $200 or less, they would not be entitled to a refund.
Okay, that's why it's here. Do you have anything further, Councillor? Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments on how we deal with it? Councillor Hergert.
I would move a motion that we return $155.94 to the applicants of the building permit.
Thank you. We will wait for the language and 1 moment, please.
Okay, through you, Mayor Robinson, Councillor Hergert, moved by Councillor Hergert, that staff be directed to return the building permit cost of $155.94 to the applicant.
Okay, confirmation on that. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, questions on the motion? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I don't know if staff are prepared to answer this question as it's correspondence at this time, but the correspondence indicates that there has been no site visit. Are staff able to confirm that detail at this time? Thank you.
CBO Shipwreck, could you respond?
Yes, thank you through Madam Mayor. Yeah, that is correct. No site visits have been completed. We've only done the plans review.
Thank you. Anything further?
Thank you. And if I might then just go back to our refund policy, I heard the less than $200 part, but can you confirm CBO? So the site visit hasn't happened, so that's within our refund policy, but other work has been done. The staff time has been put into this file, correct?
CBO Shipwreck?
Yes, so that's correct. Through you, Madam Mayor, we have performed like all the plan review, issuing permits, correspondence with the property owner, things like that as part of the plans review process. But no inspections have been done because no construction has started. So our building bylaw does provide for a 50% refund in that case. If the building permit fee was over $200, it would be a 50% refund.
Councillor?
Thank you for that clarity. So I would amend this. I would amend this motion to be 50% of what was provided.
So thank you for that, but Madam CAO, that is a contrary motion. So what I would suggest is that this motion be voted on. And if it doesn't go through, then there would be an opportunity to put an alternate motion forward. Thank you. Is there any other questions on the main motion? And I will have the main motion read before we do vote. Councillor Shea.
So just to confirm, our policy is that we do not grant refunds for fees under $200, and this one is under $200, and we only grant 50% of the fee. And so we're contravening our policy with this motion. I'm not sure if the mover can explain why we would be contravening our policy at this point. Do we want to eliminate this policy or review the policy, or perhaps Mr. Shipwreck could explain why the policy exists? I'm a little uncomfortable with this.
Okay, let's go first to CBO Shipwreck. But before I do, Madam CAO, do you have a comment? Okay, no comment from. Information for Councillor Shea, and then I could go to the mover and seconder.
Yes, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. The policy is in place, I believe, for the $200 limit is for small applications are always more time consuming percentage wise, I guess, based on like it's almost the same amount of work when we're doing a small addition like this application than it would be for a 2,000 square foot addition. It's the same amount of paperwork, almost the same amount of review time. Inspections do take longer on a larger project, but the plans review portion on these smaller projects is quite extensive, and the $200, to be honest, probably doesn't cover staff time to complete that review. So when we're reviewing the drawings, we can only charge so much for these small projects because we want people to apply for building permits. But on the smaller projects, their building permit fees probably don't cover our expenses. So that's why when we give a refund for something over $200, they're probably getting money back that hasn't been spent. If it's less than or a smaller project, it's less than $200, we would we'll probably use that $200 in staff time already, even before we've done inspections. So that's, I believe, why that $200 minimum is in place.
Thank you. Does that clarify, Councillor Shea? And do we need to go any further and inquire from the mover and seconder, or are you fine?
I wouldn't mind hearing the logic of why we would contravene our policy.
All right, so the mover is Councillor Herger, please.
So I note here on page 106 of our agenda, the top page is 98, about 2 paragraphs in, it says, due to a delay in securing the permit. So the damage happened on April 7th. Permit was issued August 3rd. Permit was issued August 3rd. I don't understand why the delay in issuing a permit from April to August. And now we're October 4th and the work can't be done and they're requesting for a refund. I think that's a long delay when we're talking about building opportunity in West Gray. That's the whole summer.
Thank you. All right, do you have anything to say as a seconder?
Yes, I do. I wonder from a replacement perspective, why a building permit is required if you're doing maintenance of just replacing something rather than rebuilding. And I realize if it was significant enough to warrant a large fee, then I would assume that it would be a larger project. So if it's a relatively small one, I'm just not quite sure why we even have it. So I
Okay.
wonder if CBO Shipper could answer that too, please.
He can answer that, but I first want to confirm. Councillor Shea, are you fine now? Thank you. All right, so that addresses that. Council, CBO Shipwreck to Councillor Townsend's inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Townsend. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but I mean, are you asking why they would need a building permit for this application? Any
Yes, I am.
structural work, so any structural work on any house, regardless of whether it's a replacement or a new build. If, say, for example, somebody has a deck on their house and they want to tear the deck off, take the railing down and replace the structure, put new railing back on, they need a permit, even though they're replacing an existing, anything structural, if it's being replaced or new, would require a building permit. Our minimum building permit fee is $150. So regardless of size, we start at $150, and our square footage fee, if the square footage or per square footage fee adds up to more than $150, then they would pay that fee. So in this case, they'd be, their square footage fee is slightly over the minimum 150.
Okay, anything further?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam CAO, could you please read, there's been a lot of discussion. Could you read the motion before we vote?
Yes, Mayor Robinson. So it was moved by Councillor Hergert, seconded by Councillor Townsend, that staff be directed to return the building permit cost of $155.94 to the applicant.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. So let me see. I just want to do the count. 3. All those opposed? 4. So the motion lost. 3 were in favor, 4 were against. How does council wish to deal with this? If they wish to pursue anything, is there any additional motion? Councillor Hamilton.
That council hereby receives the correspondence. Thank you.
So we do have a motion to receive the correspondence moved by Councillor Hamilton. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Hergert. Questions? All the questions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. So yes, the motion to receive, but should be correspondence go back to the owners of this trailer to say what the decision is, just so I have clarity on that?
For clarity, Madam CAO.
I can share through Mayor Robinson that the applicant has already sent me 2 emails, so I will be responding to her.
Any other question on the motion to receive? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion, all those opposed. So that is 5 members in favor, 6 members in favor, 1 member opposed. The motion is carried. Okay, we are dealing with 10.1.4. Wayne Pfeffer, Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies, request to waive a rental fee for Centennial Hall. Before I ask how council wishes to address this matter, Madam CAO, you had a point you wanted to make with regard to the correspondence. And
Yes,
Mr. Hewitt.
yes. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. You'll note in the correspondence that they indicate that our one staff member, Cody, had indicated that he was in support of this. I can advise council that Mr. Hewitt did not say it that way. He would have said he would have directed this letter to be in front of council. So just so you have that clarity that staff do not, we follow the process of council is the only body that can waive fees.
Thank you. And I too just want to draw attention to this correspondence for clarity. It also references that I'm in support. I had asked when approached by Mr. Pfeffer, I too said you can put a letter to council. So I just want that clarity. All right, council, how do you wish to deal with this correspondence? Okay, Councillor Herger.
I would also like to speak to this, and I'd also like to just read what he wrote, because I think I'm looking for understanding from people, not what I thought they said, but what they actually said. He says, I have already spoken to Mayor Christine Robinson, Councillor Rebecca Hergert, and Cody, Director of Recreation at West Gray, on this matter. And with their support, I'm requesting the free use of Centennial Hall. I don't believe that gives any indication that we've already made a decision or that staff have been put in a position. I think it literally says, I've talked to people about this matter and they've encouraged me to bring it forward to council, and here we are. So I would like to make a motion that we would allow the use of Centennial Hall for this event, for this one-day event. It looks like he's looking for October 21st, 2022. I'll move the motion to bring it forward to council. And then I'd like to speak to it as well.
Madam CAO, could you read back the motion at your convenience, and I'll look for a seconder.
Okay, through you, Mayor Robinson. So moved by Councillor Hergert that staff be directed to waive the fees for the Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies for the use of the Centennial Hall on October 21, 2022.
Are you fine with the language? Is there a seconder for this motion? And I would look for a raised hand. And as well, Councillor Hutchinson, a raised hand is for moving a motion. So is there a seconder? I am not seeing a seconder for that motion. How does council wish to address this matter? Councillor Townsend.
Yes, I'd like to ask a point of clarification, and that has to do with the policy, the practice, if you will, of staff when they get such a request. I realize in most cases you bring it here, but is there a standard statement? Is there a policy that says we do or do not support this type of request? Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, Councillor Townsend, we do frequently get requests, and our answer is always the same, that staff do not have the authority to waive fees. It needs to come from council.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, I would like council to reconsider the motion, and I would second it. And I realize I may need a vote to reconsider, but that's fine.
So it would require a motion to reconsider. So Madam CAO, if you could.
Point of order.
Yeah.
It was never on the floor. So there's nothing to reconsider because it didn't get seconded.
Oh,
So
right. Okay.
does that make
That's
sense?
actually
So I
right.
think it could just be moved again and see if it gets seconded. Thank you.
Right. Actually, that's a very good point. I appreciate that. But Madam CAO, I just want to confirm, because is it a reconsideration? Because there was a mover and I called for a seconder and there was no seconder. So then it was dispensed with, if you will, by council. So it's no longer on the table because there is no motion. So that course of action is not being considered by council. So council duly addressed it. So I'm thinking it is a reconsideration, but I do understand from the other members of council because there wasn't a seconder. So with that, procedurally, is it a reconsideration? Yeah, I leave it to you on that regard. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hamilton. So we're just having Madam CAO look at the procedural bylaw. And I will just mention that perhaps after this matter, we can have a break for 15 minutes. But I just want Madam CAO to address it. Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Robinson, in the procedural bylaw, a motion to reconsider it, 19.10.1, a motion to reconsider a decided matter shall only be introduced by a member who voted with the majority on the original motion. There was no decision on that motion. So Councillor Townsend would like to put a new motion on the floor. That would be the clearest path forward. How does Councillor proceed? Over to you, Councillor Townsend. Oh, you do.
Okay, so we heard the procedural interpretation through Madam CAO. Thank you very much for that. Over to you, Councillor Townsend.
Yes, I would like to move that we do accept it as was already written, so you don't have to rewrite it.
So we will have Madam CAO read your motion and confirm it, and then I'll seek a seconder.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson and Councillor Townsend. So this time it'll be moved by Councillor Townsend that staff be directed to waive the fees for the Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies for the use of the Centennial Hall on October 21st, 2021.
Are you fine with the language? Is there a seconder for this motion? Okay, Councillor Hergert is seconding. All those in favor Councillor Hutchinson, do you have your hand up? Because I'm only going with raised hands, and I know we've had some technical issue with electronic hands popping up on screen, but I do want to confirm. Do you have a question?
So my question is, first of all, if we do this, then we're setting a precedent. And historically, and someone can correct me, but I think Ms. Mighton, our director, historically, we have not given free rentals to groups as they come forward. We've done donations and whatnot. We just turned down one from a group of wanting to rent some free ice time. So I think we're setting a precedent, but I want to go back to the letter that Mr. Peffer wrote, and I'm curious. It says, I'm aware that both Newstead and Durham Ag Societies have at least one free gratis day that is not being used in 2022. Perhaps these extra days could be used for the OAAS. So my question is, maybe we don't need to grant permission if there's extra days there, and if he's had an agreement with them, I would hope that he's talked to these groups, that maybe there's a day there that he could use, since it has to do with agriculture, that in place of, because otherwise we're setting a precedent. We're going to get more groups coming that says, we would like to have a free use of your halls, and we haven't done that in the past. So I would like to see us find more information on this before we grant this. Thank you.
Madam CEO, do you have a comment? And with regard to the, I think what I'm hearing is there's an agreement. Is it those dates transferable? So just overall in terms of your response, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson and Councillor Hutchinson. Yes, the letter does indicate that there are days allocated for those societies. There is an agreement. Those days are not transferable. So we wouldn't have the authority to just change, to shift dates over. They wouldn't, this group would need to request that from the society. And if they're willing to give up a date, then they can host, oh, yes. So then the Ag Society could host the event for this group, but that would have to be arranged between the two entities.
Anything further, Councillor?
Oh, can I make an amendment to the motion?
You can put an amendment forward.
Yes.
Go ahead if you wish.
Okay, I would like to amend that we make a donation to the OAAS or to the Mr. Peffer for the use of the hall for OAAS in the amount of 1 day rental for Centennial Hall to come out of community events reserves. That way we don't set a precedent by giving a free rental. We're making a donation to this group.
Madam CAO, so for the wordsmithing on that, and I'll seek a seconder.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. So that's is this, it's not really an amendment to the motion that's on the floor.
Thank you.
It
So deal with
Yeah.
the main motion, and depending on how that gets addressed, if it fails, then seek if there's any other motions. Yes, very good point. So hang on to that motion, amending motion at this time, Councillor. So we're only dealing now with the main motion at hand, Councillor Herger. Please excuse me, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And so in reinstating what I heard our CEO say, there's an opportunity for this individual to approach the Egg Societies and make an arrangement or request the Durham Egg Society to host this event. And that would be negotiated between those individuals and the organizations. I don't think there's a place here for council at this time, and that we're not in the practice of giving free space. So I think we received this. So I won't be supporting the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please read the main motion so it just refocuses everyone, and then I'll go to Councillor Shea, who raised his hand. Madam CAO, please.
Yes, Mayor Robinson. So the main motion was moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hergert, that staff be directed to waive the fees for the OAAS use of the Centennial Hall on October 21st, 2022.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Councillor Shea.
I'm kind of siding with Councillor Hamilton on this, that I don't think we should be setting a precedent, but I'd also like to point out that my understanding is the Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies is a province-wide organization. And I don't know why we would be waiving the fees to, I understand if it was a local group, if it was, somebody doing something locally and it was an exception and we were thinking we might set a precedent or break our own policies or rules, that we might be sympathetic, but I'm not sure why we would be breaking our rules for a province-wide organization. So I don't think I'll support it. Thank you.
Any other comments on the main motion, Councillor Hergert?
I had asked to speak a few minutes ago about a motion that I had put forward, very similar to this one actually, but I believe that the interest is having recruitment of new and recertifying judges. I will say that I've attended the Mount Forest Fall Fair, the Durham Fall Fair, and the Neustadt Fall Fair. At the Durham Fall Fair, there was no judging. At the Mount Forest Fall Fair, it was like half as many people and very few judges were available. As you can imagine, as we reemerge from COVID, there's just not the volunteers. In this case, the judges were not accredited to the extent that they needed to be. So it was actually an issue for several ag societies in our community. So if we talk about cultural things that we do, this is one of those. Fall fairs are ingrained in our society, in our culture, and I actually want to keep those going. So I think the idea here was to just encourage that we would have judges from the area come and get recertified so that they can participate in our fall fairs. So I have the motions on the floor and I will be supporting. To me, this seems like a further continuation of our culture in our community, the ag community, and how we continue to make fall fairs important in the future. So that's all.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Just very quickly, I don't think we're setting a precedent. Did we not waive the fee for the past ordinance meeting recently? So we're not setting a precedent. And why would we do it for past ordinance? And why wouldn't we do it for someone who's trying to contribute as described by Councillor Hergert? I don't see the equity there if we decline it. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Hutchinson, you have your electronic hand. Please go ahead.
I'm not sure. We have a motion on the floor, do we not?
And I'll have it read so we've got clarity.
Okay.
Madam CAO.
I was just going to make another suggestion,
All right.
if I may, about when I talked about amending motion. If maybe the suggestion would be that Mr. Pepper should talk to the Neustadt or Durham Egg Society about moving the event to one of their halls that they have free gratis. If that's the case, that would give them a free day. If those groups are assigned to a particular building. So that's just another thought I would throw out there. But anyways, that's fine. I'll leave it at that. Thank
you. Is there any other comments? Madam CAO, please read the motion forward only because there's been discussion.
No
And I'll call
problem.
the vote.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hergert, that staff be directed to waive the fees for the OAS use of the Centennial Hall on October 21st, 2021.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 1, 2. All those opposed? The motion is lost. 2 members of council voted in favor. 5 members of council voted in opposition. The motion is lost. Councillor Shay.
So I move that we receive this correspondence and that we reply to the correspondent that encouraging them to reach out to the Newstead and Durham Ag Societies for use of their, for possible hosting this event.
Thank you. Madam CEO will read the motion back in 1 moment.
Okay, through Mayor Robinson. So Councillor Shay will start here. That council receive this correspondence and that staff be directed to reply to the OASS to encourage them to work with the agricultural societies in hosting the OAS District 10 event.
Councillor Shay has said yes. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton? All those in favor? Oh, sorry, pardon me. Questions on the main motion? Councillor Hamilton.
Just a comment. Council has been very supportive of the egg societies. We've given generous donations throughout the year, and we have this non-gratis arrangement as well. So I think this was a good decision. Thank you.
Any other member of council? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Those opposed? So it was carried 6 in favor, 1 in opposition. Motion is carried. Okay, let me look at the time here. 1 moment. It is 10:46. Why don't we take a 15-minute break and then we'll begin again. So that will take us to 11:01 for a break. We'll be back sharp and thank you very much. Enjoy your break. All right, I'm calling our meeting back to order. Thank you, everyone, for being so prompt. It's 11:01. We're calling our meeting back to order. And before we begin on 10.2, I know Madam CAO had a comment and an inquiry of council at this time. So Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Council, I'm just being a little mindful of the time because we do have a 12:30 break for a closed session. And there's a couple of staff reports where I really would like to deal with those today because there's some direction that I require. So if council would be agreeable, perhaps we could move, at this point, we could begin with staff reports, item number 11 and the corresponding bylaws, and then return back to the other pieces of the agenda that we're skipping over.
So you're suggesting, and perhaps there will be a motion from a member of council, that we, out of order now, deal with item 11. Item 11 is staff reports. Item 13 is bylaws, our in-camera session, and then revert back to the balance of the agenda following the in-camera. Is that correct? What your request is?
Yes, please.
Perfect. Is there a motion to that effect? Deputy Mayor and Madam CAO, if you could just provide the language for that, and I'll confirm with the mover and seek a seconder.
So through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, that council approve adjusting the agenda to deal with items 11 and 13.
Yes, Mayor Robinson, that's fine. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, questions? All those, okay, yep. Councillor Herger.
Yep. Questions under number 12. I do have a couple of questions to our CAO that I would like to pose, just matters of updates and so on. So could we make an amendment to this that we would do 11, 12, and 13?
Deputy Mayor, as the seconder, are you, as the mover, are you okay with that?
Yeah, as long, well, again, I think that what we're trying to do is get this through these important matters. So if time permits, then I will support it.
Councillor Shea is the seconder.
Could it be 11, 13, and 12? In that order?
Okay, everybody fine with that? 11, 13, and 12. Everybody seems to be fine with that. I'm not seeing any other hands. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. That motion is carried. So we're now dealing with item 11, staff reports. 11.1, Chief Administrative Officer. 11.1.1, December 2022 council meeting schedule. Madam CAO, to the recommendation at hand.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that report CAO-2022 council meeting calendar revisions be received, and that council approves rescheduling the December 1st and 6th training sessions to December 7 and 14, and further that council approves changing the start time for the December 20th meeting to 9 a.m.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Any questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Just one question, Mayor Robinson. There's a long time between decision-making meetings, November 1st to December 20th. Does staff have any concerns about that timeline, like 7 weeks between council meetings? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, yes, Councillor Hamilton, it is a long time. The first day of the new term is November 15th, and the inaugural is November 29th, I believe. So there is an opportunity once the new council is sworn in, that meetings could be called as required.
That helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. 11.2, Interim Director of Public Works and Infrastructure. 11.2.1, Level 2 Electronic Vehicle Charging Stations. Madam CAO, to the recommendation at hand.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that council receive staff report Level 2 Electric Vehicle Charging Stations, and that council directs staff to proceed with a no-cost recovery pilot program for 6 months to gather data and recommendations for the adoption of user fees, and that bylaw 92-1028, the regulation and control of traffic bylaw, be amended and approved at a future council meeting following the completion of the pilot project.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson. Questions? Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I know the business people in Newstead are really concerned about taking up spots on the main street, meaning Mill Street, because of the fact that they feel they don't have enough now. And as business gets busier, hopefully, you know, with the season and et cetera, and this is going to go on for 6 months, then they are concerned that those spots will be taken for parking, and their fear is that people will park there anyway, and then you're not actually going to get the experience. So I'd like staff to consider looking somewhere else if they can, like the community center, town hall area, where there's more parking. Anyway, I don't know what's possible, but I promised I would raise that, and that's what I'm doing.
Madam CEO.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Townsend, through you, Mayor Robinson. We had heard from a couple of business owners, and then we heard from a number of business owners that were quite pleased that this initiative was coming to downtown Newstead. The parameters of the grant dictate where the pilot program needs to run, so we can't change the location right now, but that's why we're requesting, you know, approval for a 6-month pilot to see what the usage is. And in fact, if it ends up being gas-powered vehicles that are parking there, then we can go back and, you know, look for options that would fit the funding.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Councillor Herger.
Yeah, I actually have quite a few concerns. I have received an email that I asked permission of the author to be able to read and share with council today. So Mr. Len Botting wrote to me and he said, "Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Electric vehicles appear to be the future. I'm not opposed to the concept and will likely own one at some point. I understand that a charging network will be needed to facilitate this new direction. It would seem that a motorist that needs a charging station will likely just Google the nearest station to find one. Stations could be located in any number of underused facilities or large parking areas. West Grey has chosen one location with that description, the municipal building. The main street of Newstead seems like a poor choice. I feel Newstead does not have adequate parking now. Blocking 2 spaces with the designated parking would only make the situation worse. Even if regular parking was allowed in the 2 spaces, motorists would avoid using them for fear of denying someone use of a charging station. There is mention of monitoring the use of these spaces, but I wonder who will do this? Police? By law enforcement? Why not just choose a location that does not require that? Parking for my business and other businesses that complement each other in Newstead is my concern. This location will only hamper our efforts to be viable. A comment about the other 2 selected locations. I'm not familiar with Durham Park, but do know Centennial Hall. Both parks have children's playgrounds. Why would the placement of a charging station there be desirable? Thanks, Len Botting from Granny's. So 8 and Centennial Hall most certainly has a parking lot in, like, right outside of the facility in the fenced area. So would the car charging location be within that fenced area where there's kids running around? I mean, obviously a driver needs to be aware all the time. I'm not trying to throw the onus, but how were these locations selected? Is there any opportunity to adjust the locations?
Madam CEO.
To you, Mayor Robinson, I'd request that if Sarah Hansen, our Capital and Environment Officer, is on the call, she knows, oh, there she is. Perhaps she can jump in here as well.
And my mic was off. Please go ahead with a response.
Thank you, and through you. Currently, chargers are located on municipal lands, and the parameters within the embargo stipulated the requirements for those locations. These specific locations were identified based on tourism potential, traffic rates, and ease of access. Currently, at the present time, the electrical installs are all well underway, if not complete in many of these locations. The anticipated installation of the charger units themselves are within the first 2 weeks of October. And I would like to further add that moving the charging locations could potentially jeopardize funding and go against the documents that were sealed within the embargo. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor?
Oh, yes. Okay. Who will be paying the bills of this pilot project?
Please go ahead with the response.
Thank you, and through you. Currently, as it is set up, we pay a charger management yearly fee, which has already been paid for this year. The cost is $150 per charger. The only cost to the municipality would be the hydro fee and the yearly management fee that I just mentioned. In speaking with Flow, other municipalities have utilized this no-cost pilot project, and they did not notice any major changes to electricity costs. And on that note, sorry, I should mention that Flow is the operator of the EV charging network that is currently being installed. Thank you.
Maybe this is a question to our CAO. Is there an opportunity for an assignment of this grant to a public-private group?
Madam CAO.
Through Mayor Robinson, no, unfortunately, the grant has been awarded, the funding has been in place, and we're bound by the terms of the grant of that funding.
So I'm struggling to understand how the public would have any input on this process until this report and this council meeting.
Madam CAO.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, this ties extremely well into a number of initiatives, including climate action, economic development, and when the pilot is over and the assessment is done, we'll be also in a revenue generating. We're expecting a revenue generating model to come out of this. So Flow owns and operates the system, but once the expenses are done, they send a check to the municipality for any extra profit. So there's a number of reasons why this was staff pursue this, and I think having this opportunity, there's apps that are out there. So West Grey will be on the app map for charging stations. So another tourism initiative right there. The Economic Development Advisory Committee is working very hard on a strategy, and this would tie directly into the one pillar of tourism.
Were the businesses in these communities contacted as stakeholders?
If I might, Mayor Robinson, this is an embargoed project and I'm limited on what I can share. So we are where we are. The funding has been transferred to us. We're working under the parameters of the grant, and a pilot project will help address some of these concerns.
And Madam CAO, could you just explain for everyone what embargo means?
Confidential.
All right, thank you. Anything further, Councillor?
Yes, who from West Grey will be monitoring the locations? Is this a bylaw enforcement thing if somebody parks there, or this is going to be an opportunity for anybody to use that space?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you. If I might, and perhaps Ms. Hanson has more details on the specifics of how this is going to, I was going to say flow, but how this will operate. She could jump in.
Hi, and thank you. And through you, there is currently no language which speaks to parking and EV charging, which would allow for these spots to be enforced for those specific activities. Through data that we would collect through the pilot project, we would be able to discern if something like that would be necessary or not. It would also point to what fees would need to be collected and further items like that. Thank you.
Okay, so I will conclude my my questions, but I will just leave everyone with a comment that I had a neighbor, 85 years old, came home from her outing for the day, and there was a person literally plugged into her house trying to get a charge for their car. So I understand that these are needed. My concern is that we haven't been able to, and I'm not placing blame on anybody. It's the rules of the embargo. Okay, but we haven't had an opportunity to communicate with our community about where the best locations may be, and those might be parametered by the grant itself. So West Grey, best I know, is not in the gas station business, and we're struggling to manage the assets that we currently have. I hope that this partnership and the management is really with Flow, and I'll look forward to the 6-month review and update of the data in hopefully getting those prices down. But at this point,
Counselor, I would ask respectfully that you
I'm
wrap
done.
up
Thank you.
because I've allotted additional time past the 5, so thank you. Is there any other, and that's with respect, thank you. Is there any other member of council, Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Hutchinson?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And I think this is a wonderful thing that's taking place here in West Grey. I think CEO Johnson's, has suggested a couple of things: tourism, economic development, of course, and climate action. And I think what I'm hearing is this is a pilot. It's 6 months, and I don't think it's etched in stone where once we go through after the 6 months, that the locations selected for the pilot would be actually the ones. And I just want clarity on that we have that flexibility after this to evaluate it, and maybe there's alternate sites. So I just want confirmation that is something we can look at.
Madam CIO.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, Deputy Mayor, that's the purpose, one of the purposes of the 6-month trial.
Thank you. And just to follow up, so again, I think just for clarity for the citizens or the public that's concerned, it's we have to do something. This is a good time to start, collect our data. We have plenty of time for staff to engage with the community. So I think let's just stay focused on the fact that we're doing the right thing for climate action and several other reasons. Thank you for getting this done.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I'm on the same wavelength as Deputy Mayor, and I think it's a positive step. I think we're showing leadership. I think some of the locations are ideal, like the Riverside Park in Durham. I've always promoted to the VIA that would be an excellent location. People can park and then they can walk uptown and do some shopping while their car's charging. Newstead understand the concern with the roadway. I would like us to investigate. I think the municipality has a little bit of property across the road from the library, which maybe in the future could be used for parking. I think it gets parked there now. And yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of public input on some of the things, but I think overall it's a pretty positive move. And I see it as being, if not revenue neutral, then maybe revenue generating down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Madam CIO, there's been lots of discussion. Would you read the motion? I'll call the vote.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that council receive staff report level 2 electric vehicle charging stations, and the council direct staff to proceed with a no-cost recovery pilot project for 6 months to gather data and recommendations for the adoption of user fees, and that bylaw 92-1028, the regulation and control of traffic bylaw, be amended and approved at a future council meeting following completion of the pilot project.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? Motion is carried 6-1. 11.3, Director of Finance Treasurer. This is 11.3.1, 2021 year-end supplementary and assessments and write-offs. Madam CIO, to the recommendation at hand.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that council approves the 2021 supplementary / omitted taxes and write-offs in the amount of $43,347.67 and bracket $358.15 for location taxation and BIA area rates respectively.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, questions? Councillor Hergert.
I do have 2 questions, and these probably are directed to our director of treasury there. First question is the write-offs, the vacant unit rebate. Does this relate to the vacant commercial property tax that was changed mid-year last year?
Yes, so that represents the final rebate. The rebates for 2020, they had until February 2021 to process. So this is the final year for the vacant unit rebates.
Okay, that's no longer.
That was.
Yeah, 2021 was the last for that. Okay. And then could you tell me how much of this new assessment would be from new homes and or renovations?
So where it has the supplementary remitted, that is all new, either new construction, renovations, additions. So that 164,000 is all associated with that. Could be farmland, new barns, new houses, could be anything.
And if I might just seek a little further clarification on that, that takes into account all new development, like you mentioned, Carrie, rural or town, new homes, renovations, everything for 2021.
That's what we've processed. Some of that could be also taking in prior years. We can collect 2 prior years plus the current year. So depending on when MPAC picks up the assessment. So it's not that there won't be additional assessment that relates to 2021, because in 2022, we could still, they could still pick up a house for back to 2 years prior.
Anything further, members of council? All those in favor of the motion indicate with the raised hand. Motion is carried. Okay, bylaws. 13 bylaws, item 13 bylaws, 13.1, bylaw 81-2022, amendment to landfill fees and charges. Madam CAO, to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that bylaw 81-2022, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 101-2021, being a bylaw to regulate the handling and collection of garbage, rubbish, and other waste materials, and to amend bylaw number 45-2021, being a bylaw to establish fees and charges for certain services provided by the municipality of West Grey, be read a first, second, third, and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, questions? Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, maybe if our director could just explain what are the changes. I'm not, without going back to look at the other previous bylaws, I'm not sure what changes are in place here.
Director Glazier, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. Oh, he's not online. Madam CAO, what staff could answer this inquiry? Oh, okay. So Sarah Hansen, you're up. Could you respond? And Sarah Hansen is our Environmental and Capital Projects Coordinator. Is she still online? Okay. Would you come forward virtually and respond to the inquiry? One moment, please, everyone. Thank you. Did you hear the question, or do you need it restated? Sarah Hansen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you could please repeat that. I was pulled away from my desk momentarily. My apologies.
No worries at all. Councillor Hutchinson, please restate.
Yes, given that some of these fees have been in place for some time, I'm just curious of what are the changes that this bylaw is affecting?
Let's go ahead.
Sorry, through you. There would be an increase to the sorted household or commercial rate and the unsorted household or commercial waste rate. So an increase of $40 for the sorted household per 1,000 kilograms or 1 ton, and also an increase of $60 to the unsorted rate.
Okay, so those are the only 2 changes that we in this bylaw?
Thank you. And through you, my apologies, also a $5 increase to mattresses and box springs from $20 to $25.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All those in favor of the motion indicate with the raised hand. That motion is carried. Okay, and now we're on to 13.2, bylaw 82-2022, ZA 15.2022, zoning bylaw ELO. Madam CAO, to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that bylaw 82-2022, being a bylaw to amend West Grey zoning bylaw number 37-2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Motion is carried. 13.3, bylaw 83-2022, ZA 17.2022, zoning bylaw, Can-Do Homes. Madam CAO, to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that bylaw 83-2022, being a bylaw to amend West Gray zoning bylaw number 37-2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, all those in favor indicate, questions? Any questions? Councillor Townsend.
I just wanted to make a comment just because there was quite a few people that had issues with it during the public meeting and committee of adjustment. And the reply was that those concerns will be addressed as part of the phases as they go through the project. And obviously, if the requirements can't be met, then changes will be made. And there was a strong assurance from the developer as well that they're cooperating and they can't give more detail now because there are restrictions on the land. So I just wanted to reassure people that if they're concerned about the passing of this, there is action and steps going forward that will ensure that it does meet the requirements and the concerns that were raised.
Is there any questions or comments further? Councillor Hergert.
I don't have a question on this specific, but I would like to ask staff a question after it's directly related to this item.
Okay, we'll see how that goes, but we're dealing with the motion at hand. Councillor Hutchin, first of all, I see our planner, Planner Spencer. I'd like the opportunity for you to speak, and then I recognize Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate the comments that have come from council. And I do recognize that this bylaw should be passed as amended. I did have to change the schedule to put the holding provision on the property as per the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority comments that were received on Friday. That schedule has been provided, and I want to assure council and the public that are listening that that holding provision will be in place. However, I just wanted to note that this motion should be as amended to recognize that the schedule has changed to implement that holding provision. I just wanted to provide that clarity. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much for that clarity, Madam CIO. Can we, with the indulgence of the mover and seconder, move the motion as amended? I'm looking for a procedural comment.
Yes, that would be appropriate for us to, with this new information that we revise this, that the recommendation would be that bylaw 83-2022 as amended, being a bylaw to amend West Gray zoning bylaw number 37/2006 be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Deputy Mayor is the mover. Are you fine with that? Thank you. Councillor Townsend as a seconder. Yes, you're also fine.
Point of clarity, Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Point of clarity.
Point of
Could we
clarity.
specific, like not just as amended, but what the amendment is, and it was the holding provision? Could we put that, please? Thank you.
Could you please clarify within the inquiry of Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Yes, we should say that bylaw 83-2002 as amended to include holding provision and being a bylaw to amend West Gray zoning bylaw number 37-2006 be read a first, second, third, and final time.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, and Councillor Townsend. Yes, all right. Councillor Hutchinson.
Sorry, my hand isn't up on my end, so I'm not sure if you're seeing it on your end.
Yes, I'm sorry. Your hand is up. We've been having some technical problems with challenges rather with the hands up. So I will just acknowledge you if you have your hand up. And I just want to confirm, Planner Spencer, your electronic hand is up. Do you have anything further to say? No, okay, that's fine. Anything else here at the chamber? Does anybody need it read again for the motion? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. 13.4. Oh, right. You did have something you wish to say, Councillor Hergert.
So yesterday we were in the planning meeting and I was curious about water units, if we needed to be like allocating those water units to new projects. I realized that I probably had the wrong question because that was taking place in a planning meeting. It really should probably be dealt with here. are we tracking the water units that, like, since we had the updates of Durham Water and Newstat Water Sewer, are we tracking those to see how much infill development that we have, to see how much capacity we have via the planning applications?
Madam CEO, are you able to respond? Because I want to stick to the focus of the bylaws, but are you able to respond now or at a future meeting?
I can briefly respond that yes, we are tracking that. And I can expand on that if council wishes at a later date.
Just as long as we're tracking it, because I realized I had the question yesterday, but it wasn't really the right time to ask or the right group of people to be asking. So thank you for tracking that. I appreciate staff's time to do that.
Thank you. 13.4 bylaw 84-2022. Oh, Deputy Mayor, what is your inquiry? Planner Spencer,
Yes.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak?
And through you, Madam Mayor, no, my electronic hand isn't showing on my end, and I don't have a reason to speak. I'll raise my hand physically if I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 13.4 bylaw 84-2022, ZA 18.2022 zoning bylaw 1000131-831 Ontario Inc. Madam CAO, to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that bylaw 84-2022, being a bylaw to amend West Grey zoning bylaw number 37-2006, be read a first, second, third, and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea. Questions on the motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so there was a lot of public concern with this application, and I realize we do have a holding symbol until we get the EIS, so that'll be interesting. There was concerns with well water in the area and whether there'd be enough water given the number of wells that are promoted here. I'm just a little curious too. I think there was a number of letters sent with this application, and I don't believe we received them all. One was from Mr. McKnight in particular. I'm just wondering if we can have copies of those letters sent to council so that we all have the information there. I know there was a couple came in after the public meeting, which I received. So I just request that we get all the letters that come through regarding these zoning applications. And otherwise, that's it. Just wanted to report that. Thank you.
Yes, there was correspondence. Madam CEO, did you receive any additional correspondence with regard to this item? Just wanted to confirm.
I don't recall. Planner Spencer would have received it. If there was anything additional, she would have received it as well.
Planner Spencer, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, there was an email following the public meetings that occurred yesterday morning that was sent with all of the correspondence that we had received. And further to that, any additional correspondence that had been received, it was sent at the end of day yesterday to all of council. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor?
Well, I'll have to check back because I think I only received 2 letters that came in after the meeting. I don't believe we received some letters that came in previous to the meeting, one being Mr. McKnight's. So I'll check my emails. Maybe I missed it. If not, I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? Councillor Herger.
I'd just like to reiterate Councillor Hutchison's comments there. Yesterday morning, I was asked to make decisions and I didn't have the public comments in front of me. I didn't know until 11:40 yesterday morning, 2 hours after I made decision, that there were 7 letters and we really don't even have all of those letters before us regarding the concerns. These are concerns of well water. How can we reassure the people on the west side of Crawford that they have good quality water and that there's no issue? We as a municipality aren't going to go test their water supply, but we are letting this development go through, or it's recommended to be put through. I didn't know of those concerns at 9:30, 9:40 yesterday morning when I made that decision. So in order for us to make the best decisions we can, we need the public input. I frequently ask the public to input for our decisions to be the best that they can be. And yesterday I received this correspondence and even partial correspondence 2 hours after our meeting. I do have concerns about the water. Is there anyone that can speak to the water quality situation on the west side of Crawford where we're seeing these comments and concerns come forward?
Madam CIO, I'm asking you, should that be Director Glazier isn't present or available? So I'm inquiring for you.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I know he is in the office. I can go and find him. He might just be on another call. I don't know if Planner Spencer's comfortable answering this, but I will seek out our director.
So if you could do that, please. Thank you for your offer to do that, Madam CIO. And in the interim, Planner Spencer, do you have any response?
Yes, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, I want to reiterate that yesterday morning was a public meeting process and no decision was made with respect to the applications at hand. Today, through council would be when the zoning amendment is addressed. So yesterday there was the two separate meetings, first being the public meeting related to the zoning and the second being the committee of adjustment application before dealing with simply the specific components related to that. As reiterated yesterday, as I said, any application that comes forward has not been received at this point in time. So there would be hydrogeological reports, whether it goes through a plan of subdivision, all of those things would have to be reviewed prior to the removal of the holding provision. So I just want to be clear that there's no development application before council at this point in time beyond the zoning, which was already previously through the public meeting yesterday. And in addition, there's also the application that was approved for the severance of the original single detached dwelling unit that is on the property at this present time. So I just want to be clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I receive any correspondence with regard to any planning application, I forward it on to Madam CIO, who in turn deals with the process at hand. I think at this point, we'll just take a small pause. And Madam CIO is getting our Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. One moment, please. So we do have the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, Brent Glazier here. Thank you for coming here. I'm going to ask the councillor to restate the question.
Hello, Brent. We're speaking about the southeast corner of Crawford, and I'm concerned. Yesterday, I received emails from concerned residents in Crawford that are talking about their well water and having brown, I mean, maybe that's just an agitation to aquifer. I don't know. But there's been some drilling for wells up in Crawford. Obviously, they're trying to satisfy themselves about how much flow and how many wells and so on they could do on that property. But we are hearing from other residents that live in Crawford that they're unsure of the water quality. Is there anything that we can do at this point? We're talking about the development application, right? The zoning bylaw here. But I did receive those concerns yesterday, and I'm just hoping that we can address those concerns.
Director, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So this is the first I've heard of any issue regarding the quality of the well water at Crawford. I was totally unaware of that. But the developer doing the well testing or whatever would obviously find out through the consultant that is undertaking the water study to determine the quality of water, determining what depths and things like that. I would not really give you. I won't be able to give you the proper response to this because I'm completely unaware of the depths of the existing wells in the area as proposed with the new development. So, I mean, depending on depths, water quality does change with depths depending on the depth of the well. So I really can't give you a wholesome answer on that.
Just to clarify, I don't think there is actual concern of quality. It's just they're concerned about the water and the change and what that means for them as neighbors. So I don't know of any water quality issues. I'm just trying to set that straight. But the concerns that were brought forward by residents in Crawford, should be addressed somehow. Is there an update of a report that would be coming from regarding water on this subdivision, maybe in the next month or two, that you could provide an update when it comes in?
Director?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So the developer would probably have to engage a consultant that would have to do the test in the wells, and then what they would do is do a draw test to determine when they do the flows. They want to know how quick the recovery is. So that's all part of the process that a consultant would undertake, because they're not going to build homes, of course, without knowing the volume of water that would be coming into each well. So typically, generally, it's minimum 5 gallons per minute is a good well source. So they would undertake all that study to determine, again, the quality of the water, the depth that they would have to drill to get to that aquifer underground. So that's all going to be part of their study that they're doing right now, and the investigative part of it, of course. So Westgray doesn't get really involved with that. That's totally up to the developer to look at all that stuff. So at no cost to Westgray, of course. So there should be something in the development that they bring forward to Westgray, so that it's part of the information package or the understanding of the water quality in that area, I believe.
Anything further, Councillor? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. A question for our planner. I think what I'm hearing from the community is, to their great surprise, that this is developable land. And certainly this zoning bylaw is well within the parameters of the Grey County OP. This is secondary settlement area. This is where development has been planned for. But for the community, they've seen agricultural land this whole time. So it's a surprise for them. It was a surprise for me too, actually. I until this point, I didn't realize we had this secondary plan there, settlement area through the Grey County OP. So I guess my bigger question would be, if council as a body continues to have concerns about, or has concerns about that being a secondary settlement area, it seems contrary to, like, the more progressive notion now is to put development where we have services and not to have sprawling wells and septic out in the country. So it's just a general question. If council had more questions about this OP, and would it be appropriate to invite Grey County to present on this settlement area and just answer any questions and concerns that we have? So just looking to see if that would be an appropriate way to get more information about this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Did you want to respond before I go to Planner Spencer? Planner Spencer, then. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So this has historically been a secondary settlement area under the County of Grey official plan for quite some time. When the county reviews their official plan, the municipality is more than welcome to comment and provide concerns related to that. Or, it's at the will of council. If they wish to initiate an official plan amendment to remove that secondary settlement area, that's also at the will of council, and they could do so as well. I just want to remind everyone, though, there is no development application for a plan of subdivision before staff or at the municipal level at this time. So all they're doing is conducting their own studies to determine whether or not it's feasible for that site to be developed. It's still remaining under the A3 zone with a holding provision, so they can continue to operate an agricultural crop area for cash crops until such time their studies are completed. But again, they can't continue to develop a hypothesized plan of subdivision until such time they've completed hydrogeological studies, an environmental impact study, and all of those necessary applications and reports that need to come forward, which again would be a plan of subdivision application, as I understand it may be. And at that point, the county would be involved in addition to the municipality, as the county is the approval authority for plans of subdivision, and they have requirements of their own right that they would require, which are outlined in the County of Grey official plan, as well as required studies. So I just wanted to provide that information as well. Thank you.
No, that's helpful. Thank you. And so, I will be supporting this. It complies with the official plan. It's just, I think, come to us as a surprise to the community. And there's some next steps as a council. A member could bring a notice of motion to invite a delegation or to move an amendment to the Grey County official plan. But for that reason, I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, one last comment. If I recall correctly, yesterday, there was a comment about an entrance had been added and gravel placed on the road, like on a different spot than where the normal entrance was. And that was re-diverting water that was creating concern when there was rain or whatever other source it was coming from. And I'm wondering whether or not that's been communicated back to staff to
Planner
look at it,
Spencer?
whether that's appropriate. So.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, I have not yet had the opportunity to have a discussion with the Director of Public Works today in the office. However, he is in the meeting, and if there's an entrance that has been constructed, there should be an entrance permit, but I won't speak to that. I'll digress to the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works to speak to whether or not there's an entrance permit that has been issued for that. Thank you.
Director Glazer, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware, Councillor Townsend, of the entrance permit in that location. I can review it with my supervisor regarding that and let you know.
Anything further? All right, anything further, members of council? Oh, okay. Madam CEO, there's been a bit of time. Could you just read the motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So the motion moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Shea, that bylaw 84-2022, being a bylaw to amend West Grey zoning bylaw number 37-2006, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. We are now on to 13.5, bylaw 85-2022, appointed clerk for the municipality of West Grey. Madam CAO, to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that bylaw 85-2022, being a bylaw to appoint a clerk for the municipality of West Grey, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for the motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hamilton, questions? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'd just like to compliment our CAO for filling in for our clerk position. I know she's done a pretty good job and probably added a few things to her plate over the last month or two, but I compliment her on taking on this role and keeping the ship moving forward. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions on the motion? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Madam CEO, one of the comments, and she said in jest, but that in every comment that Councillor Hutchinson made in the minutes. Very funny. And the levity is appreciated. 13.6, bylaw 86-2022, confirming the proceedings of council. Madam CAO, to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that bylaw 86-2022, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Hergert. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Shea. Questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. Okay. So it's not 12:30 yet for in camera, and we will now go to item 12, and then we'll continue on with the agenda until 12:30, where we go in. We'll seek a motion to go in camera. Item 12, questions. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, members may request clarification or updates on previous agenda items. Is there any questions? Councillor Herder.
Yes, I have two questions. The first one would be regarding MNP survey, online survey, October 1st. If I could ask for an update on that, please.
Madam CIO.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Hergert, for the opportunity to provide some clarity. The survey has been delayed, partly in due to the Owen Sound request. So the consultants needed to know how council wanted to proceed with the Owen Sound Police Services request. The survey is almost complete. I'm expecting a proof of it next week, and it will be released shortly.
So maybe just if we're trying to advise the public, that would be maybe 2 weeks from now?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
For that, I just want to say, would you be able to provide some communique, because there is some questioning. In fact, we had a gentleman come to our counter. So thank you. Thank you, Councillor Herger. Please go ahead.
And just further on the communication, that will be something that's put out to the public, I imagine, on Facebook, and then we can go further than that.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Very good. My second item is a joint police service board and joint council meeting. Is there a date set for that joint meeting?
Through you, Mayor Robinson. So yes, Councillor Hergert, the poll was sent out. I checked process because I wanted clarity on how I had conducted that action, that direction from council. So I did check with the former clerk, and the email that I'd sent to council and to the board members was appropriate. That was the flow that she had always done when there was direction from council to staff. So the results of the poll is that 5 members of council are able to attend, 2 members of the board are able to attend. So it's that council's direction. I mean, that does provide quorum, so the meeting could proceed on the 13th. However, if you prefer that all of the board is there and all of council, I could take that direction as well.
At this late hour of our council term, I think this is one of the reasons why people would be supportive of a local police service board, is that we could get a meeting together with our local police service from January until October. Should have been ample time. I'm not going to make a motion on this. It's disappointing that this could not be made to happen in the 10 months that the police and West Grey Council have been trying to get together. So it's disappointing action or inaction, I guess, at that point. Anyway, thank you.
Any other questions with regard to item number 12? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I'm just curious, given that we're 10 days out from the upcoming election, there's supposed to be cards coming in the mail. I'm just wondering where we are in that, because I haven't seen any and it's getting near the time. Do we know the status on that?
Madam CAO?
Yes, through you, Mayor Robinson. The cards are due to be in mailboxes between October 5th and 11th. So they should be in your mailbox any day now.
Okay, thank you. People were asking, I just wondered what that was. Okay, thanks. So they're coming in.
Any other questions? Okay, we have time. Then we'll revert back to item 10.2, and this is items for information. And 10.2.1 is Town of Gravenhurst, motion re strong mayors, and that's on page 101. And I just want to identify that 10.2.2 Township of Agila Tesseranto resolution, which is 2022-403 strong mayors on page 102 is also on the same topic. So with that in mind, I'm just calling the titles. And I won't ask for the, actually, yes, Madam CAO, to the motion at hand, and then we'll see how council wishes to deal with things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that council receives all correspondence not otherwise dealt with.
So is there a mover for this motion, Councillor Hamilton? And is there a seconder for this motion, Councillor Townsend? Questions on the motions? This is dealing with the 2 correspondents. Nothing. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Okay, let's see where else we can go on our agenda. Oh, we are on item 14. Madam CAO, I believe that's the next flow of it. That's correct. New business. So that is for if there's any additional anything you want to add, that would be for the next meeting, which is November 1st. However, 14.1, there is a notice of motion, West Grey budget process update. It's moved by Councillor Townsend, and I always ask, extend the courtesy if the mover of the motion would like to read. I expect you will. So please go ahead and read your motion.
Thank you very much. The notice of motion is entitled West Grey Budget Process Update. And it reads, whereas each budget preparation for the years 2019 to 2022 have taken no less than 4 elapsed months. And whereas the process has been for staff to provide an initial budget package as a starting point, and whereas council does not provide any direction for the development of the initial budget package, and whereas the above process does not provide the appropriate budget starting point, nor does it provide a recommendation from staff on what is mandatory and needed, plus if there's room, what is optional. Therefore, council provides the following direction to staff to assist in the preparation of the initial budget package. Number one, council will provide staff with a target budget increase percentage, taking into consideration the recent September CPI, Consumer Price Index, in consultation with the CAO and Director of Finance prior to the start of each year's budget process at a date mutually agreed upon by council and the CAO. Point two, a report is to be provided to council identifying the starting budget for each department, showing the following information and columns. The December 31st projected non-capital expenditures prior to any year-end transfers to and from reserves to account for any expense surplus or funding shortfall. Current 2022, I'm using the current year at this point as an example. Year's one-time expenditures included in the December 31st non-capital expenditure projection. The initial non-capital budget for each department is calculated as the December 31st projected expenditure, minus any one-time expenditures. The December 31st projected capital expenditures prior to year-end transfers to and from reserves to account for any surplus or funding shortfall. The projected capital expenditures not spent as of December 31st, but still required to complete a project identified by project. The initial capital budget for each department is calculated as the December 31st projected expenditures plus the projected capital expenditures not spent as of December 31st, but still required. The starting budget will be the sum of the initial non-capital budget and the initial capital budget. And each has a reference number to make it clear which number they're referring to. Staff will calculate the target budget increase by multiplying the current 2022 year's budget by the target budget increase percentage. The target budget will be the sum of the starting budget per 2.6 above and the target budget increase in point 3. A new initiative report will be provided identifying staff's recommendation for which new non-capital, one-time, and/or capital initiatives are processed, mandatory and/or needed. All initiatives that increase the starting budget, including inflationary ones, must be included in the new initiatives report. A brief high-level justification for each should accompany the recommendation. The total of the starting budget and new initiative costs must not exceed the target budget as set in point 4. However, if the total starting budget is less than the target budget, then other initiatives may be identified to be included in the new initiatives report. A final report is provided identifying mandatory or needed initiatives and their costs not included because there was insufficient funding. It should also include any initiatives identified with their cost as possible future considerations or additions if council approved an increase to the target budget.
Thank you.
And I do have a comment.
Sure.
After.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Over to you for your comment, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much. It seems like a lot of words, but simply put, it means that you take the projected expenses, not necessarily last year's budget, and you take out the one-time cost. So let's assume that we had a $100,000 surplus that will go to reserve. That comes off your starting budget, because what it implies is that you didn't need it, you don't need it, and it's money that you can reuse in the budget process as a capacity item for the following year. So the simplest way to phrase it, if you implemented a process improvement where you saved the $100,000, obviously that money should flow through to the reduced costs year after year. If in fact you had a one-time budget, say the stairs down to the ball diamond, that would come out of your last year's starting budget or ending budget to create your starting as well. So what that implies is that if we don't do that, we just leave excess money in the budget, not allocated. And where does it get used? And I don't honestly know that. I suspect there's not a lot there, but it could be. So when we have our starting budget currently, two things happen. The first thing is it's a number that includes whatever was in the year before. Spent, not spent, needed, not needed. It doesn't matter. The attempt here is to literally say, let's have a look at that to see what in fact is just idly sitting there that can be allocated anywhere and yet should be used against priority projects. And again, the example is if you had $100,000 performance improvement saving, or you had an initiative that you were going to do and now you find you don't have to, or you got a grant to offset it, then it shouldn't remain forever in future years. That's point one. Point two is, I think staff is in the best position to give recommendations for what should be done, rather than throwing all the list of all the projects, starting with a 14% plus increased budget, which we did last year, and try to figure out how to work that down. That's where the time actually is spent. So I think staff can recommend based on mandatory or needed, and then you get into other options that can be provided. That's a shorter list. It's an easier move. Staff gets what they need and must do, and council is only deciding on the more the discretionary side of the projects that or initiatives that face the municipality. So with those two things in mind, the actual process can be worked out with staff. This is more direction than anything else. And I would encourage not waiting to the new council. And the reason I say that is because we went through a pretty significant learning curve to get to where we are. And if there is new council members, which we know for sure there will be, then you're going to have the same delay again through that learning curve. And I think this could really improve and provide funds that we haven't identified before that can be used in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councillor Hutchinson. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question to our treasurer, Mighton, and maybe our CEO about what does this look like in terms of what do they see this as being feasible? Is this something that's going to be onerous staff time? I'm just not sure where they're coming from. It seems to me that we might be getting into the weeds a little bit here on staff roles. So I'd like to have them comment on this proposal, if we may.
Director of Finance and Treasurer, Director Mighton, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. There definitely be extra work separating out all of the various columns, but if it's the will of council, we will proceed in that manner.
Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson?
Does our CAO have a comment on this? It looks like a fair bit of staff time.
Madam CAO.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. I am relying heavily on my treasurer to put thought to how this could work if council would like all of this information. I think some of this work is already done. And quite honestly, we've initiated a budget request form with last year. So I don't know how, I'm not clear on the difference between that and a new initiative report. I think they're kind of the same thing. It's the story behind the ask is really what the budget request forms are for, in response to staff being the best body to tell council what they would be budgeting for. In general, we put in the budget things that have been requested throughout the year, and that comes from council. So, or gaps that we know of that we want council to be aware of. Ultimately, we're not making recommendations. That's your job. So our job is to tell you what has to get paid for, and the extras is your prerogative to choose. So I'm not quite sure that we have missed that beat with the last year's budget regarding the numbers and the data. I'll let the treasurer give some thought to what that looks like. We do have an additional staff person in finance in the asset management position. So that is an option for us to leverage that position for some of this work. I just want to make sure that we're not missing something because I feel like we are doing some of this already.
Anything further?
If I may, Mayor. So
yes,
my I won't be supporting this. I think if our treasurer sees something that she can help to streamline the budget process, I'm in favor of that. I don't think we need to make a motion to change all these things. A budget process is a difficult thing, but I'm satisfied with what we've got, and if we can tweak it a little bit, that's great. But I won't be in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I echo Councillor Hutchinson's comments on that. I don't see the need to put more staff resources into this budget process. I think we have a good process. We all have a clear understanding of it. There has been some enhancements, obviously, throughout this term, and I like to take the rely on the leadership role from our directors as well as our director or our treasurer. As far as identifying, there was a comment regarding 14% start. These are questions or things that council brings throughout the year. So a starting point is really what council has brought to the table throughout the entire year. So, if you're trying to land at a 4%, then council shouldn't bring any initiatives throughout the year because we're not going to achieve that. Like, can't bring a 14%. We need this, this, and this. And those are things that are brought forward. And of course, staff prepare those. And that's what we look at when we come down to the budget. So I think it's pretty wholesome. There's 7 members of council, and a couple might want to look at this enhancement and others at that. So I think the process is good at this time. Again, I'm not going to support it simply based on more staff resources that are going to be taken. And I just don't see the fit at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Really good discussion, and I see all the points of view, and I concur with Madam CEO that there's some language in here that reflects some of the changes that were made last year. But I also think there's some language in here that builds on those successes. So perhaps there's a bit of overlap there. It's true. But I do think this might take a little bit more staff time, especially the first time when you present it in this way. But as we saw last year, that investment in more staff upfront time to present those project reports saved us time as council. So I think it's worth trying. And so for that reason, I would like to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Shea and Councillor. When I call upon you, Councillor Townsend, you only have 2 minutes remaining as per the procedure.
Staff seem to be indicating that this would be perhaps not onerous, but to some degree taxing. And I'm aware that we are sometimes over demanding of our staff and may not have all the resources required to build a perfect system. At the same time, I do feel somewhat frustrated at budget time that I feel like I'm sort of swimming in numbers and don't have a good handle on the big picture and the small picture, the details as well that I feel I need. There's an awful lot of trust involved, and I think we all demonstrate a lot of trust. But I do think, as with last year, there were some improvements that I really appreciated, and I do think that there is still room for further improvement. I do, and always, biggest room in the world, right? Room for improvement. I do worry that perhaps this motion is overly specific in getting down to what the content of each column is. And I wonder if there might not be another way of stimulating the conversation about how the budget process could better meet council's needs and staff's needs, obviously. I don't know that I want to support this, because if I do, I'm saying that there has to be 8 columns, and column 8 has to equal the sum of column 6 and column 4. Like, that's not something I think I can really get behind. But I do think this conversation is important, and I would like to for us to find another way to have this conversation. Maybe a subcommittee, not a budget review subcommittee, but a budget process task force that could spend a couple months just looking at this. I'm not really certain, but I appreciate the initiative, Councillor Townsend, but I think it's a little overly specific for my tastes at the current time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking for first-time speakers. Councillor Townsend then.
Thank you. I'm actually looking for a resource reduction through this. If you look at how many times you go back to council, how much work you have to do in between the meetings, I would say that's pretty heavy, particularly when in fact, and we sit with council, by the way, in the same way, where we sit multiple times to do this. We've tried to force the number of meetings to be less, but we haven't really improved the process to get there. We've done some minor things, but again, we always seem to start with last year's budget as if everything was spent. And to me, that isn't true. If you only take the one time out, for sure, that's not there. And we don't really see that. So some of it is being transparent and seeing that those reductions happen. The other part is making sure that we don't just start with last year and assume there's no change, because there is, particularly if you're not spending dollars or you have process improvement. And it also helps staff in the sense that you may actually generate dollars that allows you to add a person without increasing the budget, if in fact you find it. But every time we add a person, it is just adding money. There's no way to offset that. A process improvement is the way you can do that at the same time. So I just ask, regardless of where we end here, that those kind of thoughts need to be considered and taken back. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Hergert.
I think I've been through 6 budgets, a little light on the 5th one. I was away for a bit. I think it's important that we recognize there have been some changes last year, or pardon me, earlier this year that were helpful. They were really helpful. Frequently, we are guiding and we're suggesting throughout the year different initiatives that we would like to support. And really, we don't understand the impact of taking out all of last year's one-time things. So I think that's an improvement. I think there are other improvements that are suggested here that really, like Councillor Hamilton said, just build on the changes that have been implemented this year for budget. Really not giving any guidance, like council not giving guidance to senior staff or our CAO at that point regarding what would be a tolerable or a tasteful budget increase, what we could actually afford, I think is just our own, like, we don't have that step. I think this really details out. I don't know if it needs to be that detailed, but actually in principle, I would like to support this. Support it because I know that it could be a try of a year one. It could just be building on this year's changes that have been made. So I think this is me eyes wide open 6 years in. I think that this is a good idea to just represent in a different way. I mean, these are utilities for buildings that we own. They're not, that expense is not going away. But the one-time projects, seeing how the reserves are impacted, seeing that money flow from from our reserves into our departments or vice versa, ahead of it already being done, I think is kind of important. So to get a very clear picture, I think we could try something new and build on those successes that have been learned from last year. And I think really by giving those early opportunities for council to participate in setting a target, just a target at that, it does allow senior staff to prioritize what they're asking for. We can't get to everything. Not everything's our scope, but allowing for a different process that really can, I mean, we have top shelf people. We're not, our staff are doing a great job. This is nothing personal to anybody. This is really just, maybe let's try it a different way and see if it's successful. I mean, really building on those other successes.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Shea, you had another comment?
Yes, thank you. I'm interested by the idea that Councillor Townsend brings up about taking out one-time expenses. So in my understanding, I'll just give a sort of super simple example. Let's say a department has a budget of $1,000 and That's how much it takes to run that department year in and year out. Year after year, it's got a budget of $1,000 compensating for inflation. And then one year that department decides to do an internal staff review to see if it's got appropriate resources. And so they hire a consultant and they spend $500 on that consultant. So in that year, that department has a budget of $1,500. So the idea to take out a one-time cost would mean that then when you go to plan for the next year, you would say, well, it was typically 1,000. We take out the 500 and we're back to 1,000. So we're back to that same sort of base level of funding. Or we just look at last year's budget and say it was 1,500 last year. It'll probably be 1,500 next year without taking into account the fact that there was an exceptional expense last year. So my question to the treasurer is that something that we currently compensate for? Because that's, I think, what this is trying to achieve. And if we're already achieving that, then I'm comfortable.
Director Martin, please.
Oh, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that's basically what departments do. It's just not displayed probably as obviously. But in the individual line items, if there was that $10,000 consultant fee one year, that's reduced on the bottom line. There might have been increases in utilities and things that sort of ate that up along the way when you just look at the bottom line. So it's maybe hasn't been portrayed or shown as obviously, but that is taken into consideration with just one item. There's not often a lot of them. Usually when we put something in place, it's, we hire a staff member, that doesn't go away. But if it's a one-time climate action plan expense that was in, it won't be in there again for those expenses. And depending how it's funded, sometimes if it's funded from a grant, that grant funding was one time as well. So that's also gone. So it's the layers of it that's all in there. But department heads do go through that process.
So that's reassuring. And I think that's basically providing that visually or just explicating that is what perhaps the councillor is looking for. So that's very reassuring to know. Thank you, Director.
Anything further? Okay. Great discussion. I'm asking for a recorded vote on this, Madam CAO.
So through you, Mayor Robinson, the notice of motion was moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. I'm just going to call the vote for in favor or not. And I'll start with Councillor Hutchinson.
Not in favor.
Sorry, not in favor?
Not in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Shea?
No.
Mayor Robinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
So in the recorded vote, 4-3, the motion is lost.
Okay, we are now moving on to item 15, announcements. In accordance with the West Grade procedural bylaw, comments are not debatable, nor shall they introduce new business. Comments shall be limited to 5 minutes per member. It's announcements, members of council. Is there anything? I'm looking to the right at this time. I'm looking to the left. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, last evening, our Sheila and myself, along with several other Wowza women, we're celebrating economic development in Neustadt, and it was really wonderful to have businesses from in and around Durham, Neustadt, West Grey, and beyond. It's more of a Grey Bruce area, and I'm very proud actually that Sheila's taken this over, championing this commitment that we have with the Saugeen Connects and Saugeen Economic Development Corporation. Also, last week we had the Elmwood Fire Service recognition awards. So I just wanted to thank everybody up in Elmwood. We have a dedicated crew of firefighters up there, and long terms of service as well, and a couple newbies. So thank you very much for joining, and I appreciate the service.
Thank you. Is there any other comment or announcements? I'm not seeing any other announcements. Thank you very much. So now we will move to closed session. Item 16, closed session. Madam CEO, this is part of the addendum agenda. So I wonder if you could just explain addendum agenda first for everyone involved.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. A closed session was added and the addendum agenda was published to the website on Monday morning. And the addition to the agenda was to accommodate a closed session for council.
Thank you very much. Could you please read the recommendation to go in camera at this time? Okay, so perhaps if I do not want to have a break and then go in to in camera. So I'm wondering if members of council, we can perhaps just wait until have a break to maybe if we have a 3-minute break, would you suggest? Or it's not, if you want to just leave the room for 3 minutes and then come back at, let's say, come back for 12:28, come back for a break. Would everybody be fine with that? And before we go, Councillor Townsend, you have your hand up.
I do.
Yeah.
We are going into closed session, and we often get caught by the fact that we're going to hit our curfew. So I wanted to make a motion that we extend beyond curfew. And this time I want to say till the end of the agenda, because I don't know quite how long that will be. And if that means putting or setting aside the procedure bylaw to allow that to happen, I'd like that to occur.
So you're suggesting to waive the procedural bylaw in order to address that. Madam CAO, could you please comment on that?
It's at the will of council if you'd like to extend beyond the 1:30 extended curfew. Councillor Townsend, we'll start with this. Moved by Councillor Townsend that council continues beyond the curfew to complete the agenda. Trying to get in and sets aside the procedural bylaw.
You fine with the language?
I think so. Could you say that again, please?
That council continues beyond curfew to complete the agenda and setting, if necessary, setting aside the procedural bylaw. You may not need to.
That's fine. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Any questions on the motion? Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, I just want to explain, I'm not sure the nature of the topic will allow us to complete it within the hour. And that was why I'm making that suggestion.
All right, any other comments or questions? Councillor Hutchinson.
I tend to lean towards sticking with our procedural bylaw and let's make it work. We got an hour to discuss and we fit it into an hour. I don't think we should be changing our procedural bylaws at this time. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Shank.
I'm with Councillor Hutchinson.
Any other questions or comments? Madam CEO, could you read the motion and I'll call the question.
Motion is moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hergert, that council continues to continue to extend beyond curfew to complete the agenda if necessary, and if necessary, sets aside the procedural bylaw.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 1, 2. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion is lost. And 2 members of council were in favor, 5 members were opposed to that. Okay. Yes, Councillor Shay.
I'd like to move that we extend beyond curfew for half an hour.
Madam CAO, could you read the motion back and I will confirm and seek a seconder.
Councillor Shay, would it be acceptable if the motion was that moved by Councillor Shay that we extend the meeting beyond curfew to 1:30 p.m.? Thank you.
Councillor Shay indicated yes to that. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor? Questions? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Motion is carried. Okay, members of council, just a couple minutes. Come back at 12:29, please. Thank you. Are we ready to go with regards to just being public? We haven't gone in camera yet. We'll have to have that motion. So are we fine publicly for the recording at this time? Thank you. Okay, so we're back from our break. We have quorum, so we will begin. So Madam CAO, could you please read the motion to go in camera? And that's under item 16, closed session, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The recommendation is that the Council of the Municipality of West Gray does now go into closed session at 12:31 PM with the CIO, Director of Finance, Treasurer, Manager of Planning and Development, and Mr. Leo Longo, Solicitor, for the purpose of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Motion is carried. We will now proceed into an in-camera environment. One moment, please.
for the purpose of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Thank you very much. And no other item was discussed. So that's fine. We are now moving on to item 18, adjournment. Madam CAO, to the recommendation.
Recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 1:30 PM to meet again on November 1st, 2022, or at the call of the chair.
Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Shay, seconder, Councillor Herger. Thank you. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Thank you. Well done, members of council.